Hello everybody, and welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. My name is Ristretto, and if you've been here before, then welcome back to the stream this evening. I hope you guys are ready to watch some Monster Hunter and hang out and enjoy some more Monster Hunter Rise PC with me. If you're new here, like I said, I'm Ristretto, and we're going to be playing through Rise for PC. We're most of the way through Village at this point. We've been kind of holding off on upgrading our gear and going on through and progressing through the game, soloing some of the fights and not using any Wirebugs in combat. It's been interesting. And we've reached a few fights that, at least with some of the weapons, give them a little bit of trouble. So I'm going to go ahead tonight and spend some time going a little slower, practicing some things, probably making some gear for a couple different weapon classes until we have some stuff that we're happy with to tackle hub, and it should be a good time. So if you guys are down for that, feel free and stick around. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some beans here. Thanks for being here as we're starting. I'm going to go ahead and jump on over to the game. I'll take a moment to say hello to you guys. I appreciate y'all being here. So, welcome Lord Castellian, and welcome Sparkle Wolfie, welcome Ninja Frog, Biotech, and Sakura. I hope you guys are all having a nice evening. I think to start off here, I don't know what I'm going to do. I was struggling with Charge Blade last night. The end of our stream last night was me like mauling out to both Almudron and Goss Harag for the first time with Charge Blade. And I was having a rough time with both of those. So I think I'd like to make some better Charge Blade armor and maybe try and rematch those fights tonight. So to start off with, I think I might make the Rathalos Charge Blade. I want to double check that both Almudron and Goss are weak to fire. And if not, we might make we might make a couple different Charge Blades. Let's take a look at their hit zones. Just crafted your first set of high rank gear. What'd you make? Aha. Almudron is pretty weak to fire. It looks like it's actually his primary weakness. Ice is not far behind, but fire is just a little bit better, so that's cool. I still want to stick with an Impact Charge Blade. I didn't play much Impact Charge Blade when I was playing Monster Hunter Rise on the Switch, and so I think I'd like to practice it a bit here on the PC. So let's see here. We already looked at his hit zones, I think, last night, but we'll do it again. Why not? So with cutting, which is the damage we're going to be dealing with, Charge Blade, his head's a 55, his abdomen's 40, back is a 25, front legs, these were giving us hell. 23 and 24. I like that they actually have his hit zone changed by 1. I'm guessing when they're broken, which is kind of hilarious. Hind legs are also 25. Tail base is 55. Tail tip is 65. I landed a few hits on that with our SADs last night, and it felt nice. Great Izuchi set. Charge blade, longsword, and bow. Nice. The designs for the Izuchi weapons are so cool. Welcome, Ajakes. Enjoy your lurk if you're lurking. Alright, so that's Almudron. Let's go ahead and look at Goss. We finished both of these hunts, but they were really, really rough. It made me realize that I have just no idea how to play Charge Blade the right way in this game, so I want to spend some time getting better at it, because, I don't know, anytime something stumps me like that, it's frustrating, because, I mean, like, of course, it's nice to feel like you know what you're doing, and, like, you can, I don't know, achieve your goal, whatever your goal is, but it's also a great opportunity to stop and kind of change our tack a little bit and learn. So that's what I'm going to try and do tonight. We'll probably make weapons and gear for more than just Charge Blade, but I definitely feel like I'm getting like smacked in the face to work on some Charge Blade stuff. So that's what we're going to do to start off the night today, I think. So Goss Harag with cutting. His head's pretty good. His forelegs are almost as good as those. Ice clumps too. The back legs and the butt and the back are what you want to avoid. And several of those get even better hit zones once he's enraged. His head gets weaker, so do his forearms. Ice clumps are the same, regardless, but he's weak to fire as well. Ironically, after watching you last night, decided to refine your Charge Blade skills and rewatch the old CB guides you watched before. Probably a good idea. I haven't sat down and watched anything yet. I thought about watching some Charge Blade content tonight, or earlier today while I was at work, but I decided to just kind of slow down and see what I can suss out on my own for tonight, and then after tonight we'll probably go ahead and I'll watch some stuff. Try and take some notes on how really actually intelligent people play Charge Blade. Hello, the Digi Artist. So I want to make the Rathalos Charge Blade. Like I said, I want to work on Impact CB in this game. So we need some shells and a tail. The rest of it looks like we've got the materials for, which is nice. We've been getting plenty of materials along our way through the game. So let me go ahead and add that to our wish list, the Axlion Blade. And let's go hunt a Rathalos. I don't feel like I need to hunt Rathalos with Charge Blade. I think we'll get enough Charge Blade later on today. So I guess to start off, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys choose my weapon for a Rathalos. Preferably something with cutting type damage so I can cut his tail. So, the handful of y'all that are here, if you would like to go ahead and type and choose my weapon for this warm-up hunt, this Rathalos that we're hunting, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. What's the difference between the Rathalos and Rathian charge blade? Is Rathian element? Yeah, Rathian's an elemental file charge blade, which means that if we charged up our sword and shield, or if we were doing AEDs, we'd be dealing lots of elemental damage, which would, I think that would honestly be more effective, especially against both Goss and Almudron, because they're both pretty weak to fire. But like I said, I really want to practice with impact. I think elemental is a little bit more straightforward to use in this game. It's a little bit more straightforward to kind of pick the right charge blade and then dump it into the right zones on the monster and have it work out okay. Impact, because it's just not as strong as it has been in previous entries to me, feels like you kind of have to know what you're doing with it a little bit more, and so I want to practice that, rather than writing it off as weak and just kind of do an element instead. We'll probably do a fair bit of elemental charge blade in this playthrough, but I want to practice with impact. Plus, this charge blade just looks sick. Who wouldn't want to use a Rathalos like face sort of for the shield? Okay, yeah, like I said, if you want to pick my weapon for our first hunt tonight, go ahead and type !ticket. I have some portable third music on today in the game. Hey, Michelle, I wanted to talk to you about an idea I had. I was thinking, how can I spread the word about Palamutes? And then it came to me. Why not put canine masks on Cahoots? That way they'll be advertising Palamutes whenever and wherever they fly around. For example, you travel to a lot of places. Do you think you could put one on your Cahoot as well? If you bring me a picture of your Cahoot, I can eyeball it and make a mask without even needing to measure it. Wow, that's pretty good. Very skilled guy. Hello to our man. Alright, where's our Cahoot? Is our Cahoot stuck in the air like last time? I don't see it. That's not our Cahoot. I don't know where our Cahoot is. There it is. His name is Perseus. Let's snap a picture of him. Cahoot. This will fit nicely. Here, take this Cahoot mask. Cool. The Stealth Woof Cahoot outfit. Cahoot's dresser obtained an award. Okay. Hey there, Michelle. How the hunt's going with your Palamutes? If you're interested, I've made something a little experimental this time, and I'm looking for someone to try it out. It'd have to be someone experienced in Palamute training, besides me, of course. Somebody who can gain their trust. I couldn't think of anyone better than you. Isn't that right, Goka? Well, what do you say? Raise a Palamute to level 15. We haven't done that quite yet. Hello, Civ. Kind of want to do a no healing thing of Rise. Also don't want to do Rampages solo. Yeah, you'd have to look at some of Angani Giza's streams to see how they'd done that. Because they did a solo no healing playthrough of this game. They were constantly looking out for green birds. Like if they picked up one of the spirit birds that gave them health, they just abandoned the quest. It was so rough. It's amazing how you just knock every quest out of the park, Michelle. After last night, I'm not feeling like that. Wanted to support your efforts in some way, so I decided to scout more buddies for you to hire. I figured that with a trusty buddy at your side, no hunt could prove your match, so think about hiring a few new ones. We will. We will, Iori. So many side quests they dump on you right when you get to Village 6. The unique products of this region are also well made and remarkable. I've no doubt there would be demand for them abroad. In return for valuable local items, I shall offer you, and only you, a very unique and special trade. Well, should you find this suggestion agreeable, you need only supply a small number of local goods. As always, please deliver them to the guild, and they shall send them to me. You have my word that the compensation is worth the trouble. Probably another submarine, yeah, a king rhino, 3 rock roses, and 3 bismuth prisms. I think a king rhino comes from the flood forest, maybe? Either that or the desert, and then rock roses and bismuth prisms. Rock roses are from the desert, bismuth prisms is from the volcano. Just a perfectionist and like completing the side quests on Rampages, which is hard to do solo. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna say last call. If you want to choose my weapon that we're warming up with on Rathalos, go ahead and type !ticket. That's what we're doing to start off the evening. Wow, all of these are upsurging, or whatever it's called. Mocha and muffin. Off they go. Off they go. The other 3 are named after food. We'll have to get another food named one. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use for this quest against Arise Rathalos. Sakura, what would you like me to use for a Rathalos hunt? Like I said, preferably something with some cutting damage so I can chop its tail. You always get a random Palico named Eel. Since you want Charge Blade experience, you'll say CB. Okay. Then we shall warm up with Charge Blade. We have a Dragon Charge Blade, so that should actually be pretty decent for Rathalos. Now, I made this armor set last night while we were working on Goss, and I think I want some different pieces. Right now, this set gives us Guard 3, Rapid Morph 2, Speed Sharpening 1. I think I want to swap out Rapid Morph for just more Speed Sharpening. I think Guard and Speed Sharpening sound like some good choices for armor right now. So let's go ahead and let's see what other stuff we can get with Speed Sharpening. Plenty of pieces have Speed Sharpening, it looks like. Okay. Guard. Okay, that one's got Speed Sharpening and Defense Boost. That sounds pretty nice. That's Bizarrios. And then the Barioth Greaves, or the Alloy Greaves. Or no, sorry, this is just Alloy. Never mind. Okay, so if we want all 3 points of Speed Sharpening, we're just going to make a Bizarrios coil and put in some Alloy Greaves. Oh no, wait. That'll drop our guard down. Let me see if we can get a different guard piece. Guard. Looks like we might not be able to get both. It's kind of a bummer. Guard, Speed Sharpening, 1 point of Rapid Morph. Sure, why not? We'll go with it. Remember Focus being really comfy on CB and World? For charging files, probably. I've been curious what the difference is in those sets that have the blue names. Yeah, you can buy them or you can craft them. That's the difference. Okay, let's go hunt us a Rathalos. You bought one set at first thinking it was layered armor. Get to that much later on, but you do get some. I don't think you can get a Speed Sharpening charm this early in the game, but I'll take a look at the Melding Pot real quick and see if we can. Can't wait for the USJ event. I think it's out tonight on Switch. We're wearing that Bizarrios gear. We should probably do some of these requests here so we can unlock some more Dongo. That's something we'll do today at some point. Wonder when it will come to PC? Sometime in the next month or two. Yeah, Speed Sharpening is not in here. I like Recovery Up though. What else do I like? Wirebug Whisperer is good. Geologist is also good. Remember them saying that by February, don't remember if by the end or not they'd be synced. They said in the first month, I think around the first month or so, they wanted them to be synced up. So I would imagine sometime soon they will. All right, Rathalos. First quest for the night. Let's try it out. So something I learned both last night and like since last night is that when you charge your sword, It's a new addition in 5th gen. You can charge your sword in addition to your shield. When you charge your sword, obviously it does a bit more damage. It puts out file damage, but it also has Mind's Eye built in, which I didn't realize and would have come really in handy during some of last night's fights. I'm really like when I played a little bit of World Charge Blade, I never even charged my sword at all. So I still have a lot of practice just kind of doing that, thinking to do that. No, it's okay. Yeah, you're welcome to give me tips about whatever, Sakura. Sometimes if I'm frustrated, I'll have a harder, like, frustrated or tired, I'll have a harder time, like, integrating what you're telling me to do, but I'll usually at least talk about it or try it out. There's no obligation either, just if you wanted to. All right, so tonight I feel like that's one of the things I want to work at, is using that charged sword mode a little more. Feels like the sword charge is slower in this than it was in World. It does feel like it takes a bit to charge up, I feel like, or to like actually charge the sword. I'm having a hard time finding like the right kinds of openings to do that. Like I'm not sure if you actually want to find an opening to hit the follow-up attack with that, or if you just want to do it when you're safe. Probably at least initially when you're just safe. Whoops. Whoops. That remote dropping out of the air is funny. Hello, Full Metal Dragon. Shoot. Okay, we're all right. Need to heal. There it is. That's how I meant to do. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and do an AED onto the tail. Major guns. Whoops! I jumped right into the path of that fireball. Is he piecing out? He is. So to cut his tail, I'm trying to think about what moves of ours are going to be best for that. I guess like some of the basic sword moves could be okay for cutting his tail. I feel like some of the bigger axe swings are going to have an easier time of hitting it, though. So maybe we do a little bit more axe play than sword play. AEDs also hit really hard, just hard to find an opening for them. Okay. I feel like I'm really used to just trying to find those openings and not being particularly good at it. I need to get better at just kind of playing neutral, if that makes sense. Shoot. High rank event Teostra is rough, been trying all day. Oof. You'll get it, Major Guns. Maybe after a break, maybe not, but you'll get it. That hit the wing and not the tail. That's okay. We'll charge some files. Surprised you can block that. That was interesting. That was cool. Interesting that you have to be in red shield to charge your sword, but then it still lasts even after your red shield runs out. That's kind of neat. There's the tail cut. Whoops. I want to get better at using that circle slide to reposition too. I'm not used to that either. That was a neat dunk. It's also interesting that the pizza cutter version doesn't need red shield. It's true, yeah. A severed Rathalos tail. It has any number of uses. The max hit of SAD and AED are the same. That can't be quite true, right? Like, SAD definitely puts out more file damage than AED does, but it's hard to hit him. It's hard to hit most of it. I think SAD also has more files, doesn't it? Pretty sure SAD can unload 5 files where AED does 3. Something like that. Or 3 file explosions. Something like that. I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure exactly how it works. I'm pretty sure SAD is supposed to have more file damage, though. There's a wing break. Oh, that has fire damage to it. Weird. Oh, I guess it was the fire bite. Sure. Whoops. We're bouncing. That was fast. We're gonna probably die to that. Yeah, we're totally dead. Black Oysters. Thanks for the follow. Hi. Hope you're in the mood to watch someone try to get better at Monster Hunter. Another interesting thing about the charge blade is that when you have your sword charged, the Mind's Eye effect also prevents you from bouncing off when you're overcharged. Yeah, I saw someone mention that too, which I think is interesting. I never thought about that. Alright, let's get back to that Rathalos. I guess we have that other camp now, don't we? Yeah. Good way to eat your sharpness, though. Does it actually accrue more sharpness deprivation? Bouncing like that? How long does the charged sword state last anyways? It feels like not very long. It feels like not quite as long as Red Shield. So probably like less than 3 minutes. Lots of management on that. Actually, you know what? I think we need some of these bismuth prisms for that villager request. Oh, this is a bismuth chunk. I don't want this. Put it down. Thank you. Bouncing always has been double sharpness loss. Mind's Eye or not. The only reason I wondered about that is that most bouncing occurs from just hitting a really hard, like a really hard hit zone, a really poor hit zone. So I was just curious if it worked differently, because Charge Blade isn't really doing that. It's doing it for a different reason. Bounce hits take 2 sharpness per hit. Interesting. I'm not sure I knew that. At least not the specifics of that. Tried some Ethiopian coffee today, real light roast. Can't believe it took you this long to try a light roast. It was very good. I'm glad you liked it. I was just sharing pour-overs with folks at work for the first time. Some of the folks around here haven't had pour-overs because it's like there aren't that many cafes around here that serve them. So it was really fun. I got to kind of teach them the basics of how to make one, and I don't know, it was neat. Some of them had never thought about coffee extraction, like how the flavors changed as you brew it. So they had their minds blown. It was kind of fun. All right. Rathalos. Dang, I wish that hit. Yep, the USJ quest should be out on Switch, it's true. Whoops. I think that file, we attached a file to Rathalos' foot with our sword, and the file pinged off Roggy's head as he attacked it. Oh, this is an actual turf war. This is the second actual turf war I've actually seen in the game. Oh no! Alright, don't go off a wall, don't go off a wall. We're good. We're safe. No damage was accrued. Broke the other wing. Roggy, not now. Roggy, not now! Get out of here. That was a fun Rathalos hunt. I feel less brain-addled than last night. Reset for what? That was a good hunt against Mr. Rathalos. Roggy poisoned him? I'm not doing a monster damage this percent. That would be literally impossible in this game. The monsters go after each other so much. Interesting. 4 new events? Nice. I think we needed shells, and I didn't get any shells. So we might have to hunt them again. That was a nice hunt, though. Yeah, we didn't get any of the shells we needed. All right. Bunny Dongo with eggs, economic stimulation, and flood forced subcamp security. Also, Boom Boom Bombaggy, Zarzaros, and hire 15 buddies. Also Master Palamute Trader. Cool, so many side quests. Let's see, it's a 3-way tie for my least played weapon between light bowgun, heavy bowgun, and bow. Let's do bow versus Rathalos. We don't need the tail anymore. I think we made some stamina armor. Yeah, stamina surge. Constitution. Stamina surge. Constitution. Hello, Nefudis. How's it going? It's going okay. We're slowing down a little bit. We got kind of rocked with Charge Blade last night. So I'm looking to slow it down and learn a bit. Right now we're hunting Rathalos to make the Rathalos Charge Blade. There was a patch earlier today that fixed the saving bug on PC, or at least it said it did. So hopefully that's the case. Save bugs are nasty. All right, we're gonna hunt another Rathalos with bow this time. Yeah, I hope you guys are having a nice night. I had a nice day today. A solution for long-term VOD storage, like long-term video storage that I've been looking forward to showing up, finally showed up in the mail today. So I won't have to worry about storage space for all my videos anymore. At least not for a while. Best of luck, Major Guns. Happy hunting. I feel like every Monster Hunter game has like kind of janky monster interactions for the most part. They're sort of similar throughout most of the games, but I don't know, I feel like each one the monsters interact a little bit differently. And it's always kind of janky. I feel like World and Rise are specifically more janky because they've tried to force particular gameplay systems or like simulation systems based around it, whether that's Turf Wars or Wyvern Rides. It feels like both had some pretty forced aspects to them. Make them a little less smooth. I'm hoping eventually they just kind of let that sort of stuff happen organically, so it'll feel a little more random, a little bit less scripted. I think that'd be good. All right. Rathalos. Good camera angle. Bismuth Prism. This is only my 4th hunt with bow. Should capture him. Whoops. Alright, he's poisoned. What on earth? Interesting flight pattern there. Ooh, that was much wider range than I thought, and I'm gonna die. Woo, not quite dead. I think if we'd had 1 tick of burn there, we would have died. Goodness. Okay, don't get hit by that. You didn't like Whack Gravios and Free Me Knight? I don't either. Jeez. I feel like ranged is more dangerous than right underneath him. Fire burns your red health first, poison takes your green health first, which can definitely kill you. Gotcha. Shoot. Bounced on basically its entire body. All 3 of your card circles that was being juggled by the laser. The laser's rough. Gravios and Bizarrios are not your buds in that game. Oh, I should have charged up to level 3 before doing this. Oh well. Oh, I still have sleep on. Oops. I was trying to apply a coating while running, and I did that instead, which makes sense. Stinky.
Yeah.
Let's try that again, but without the misinput of the Wirebug. That's another pretty frustrating weapon to misinput a Wirebug in, because again, it's not like a, just like Instaclave, it's not like a big damaging move you accidentally hit the monster with, it's like just a jump. No Wirebugs though. Want to bring bombs and take mats for crafting more bombs to land Splatgraph? Yeah. You just want to learn to gun, is what you want to do. Alright, well, let's try that Rathalos quest again. Frustrating to have to reset like that. Maybe we'll do better in the first area this time. Hello, Game God. We're making some gear. Right now we're making the Rathalos Charge Blade. I want to try and do a little better at those matchups yesterday that were giving me such a rough time against Almudron and Goss Harag. We're going to rematch those jerks later today. Alright, Herd. Don't apply coatings while running. You may misinput a Wirebug. Too early for that. Whoops. Whoops, I screwed that up. Yeah, screwed that up too. Curious, is it more efficient to shoot 3 times reach level 3 charge rather than charges level 3 from the get-go? You're getting damage off of those. I mean, you might be getting less damage totally, like, available to you because you're using some of your power coatings or some of your coatings on lower shot levels. But the reason I'm doing it is because it's gonna be more stamina efficient, I believe, for me to fire these and get some damage from them than for me to just sit there charging and only get 1 arrow out of it. That being said, god damn Rathalos. That being said, I'm not a bow expert. I'm still learning it. I feel like when I played on the Switch, I just got to a point in the game where I had enough stamina to just dash dance back and forth, and I just did a bunch of that without thinking much about the combos that you could do outside of that. And then I watched some other people play bow, and I realized that they did sometimes go for those longer combos and sometimes went for just the dash dance combos that lets you stay at your level 3 charge. There's different reasons to go for the different ones, I think. Especially when we have low stamina like this, it makes a lot of sense, I think, to sometimes manually shoot your way up to level 3. Rathalos has some tricky moves. Bow gets dumb when you can just roller skate around. Guess it's more efficient if you have something like dash juice. I don't like using items like that. I feel like part of the weapon's depth is figuring out how to manage your stamina. If you just negate that, it's boring. But that's just my take on it. For maximum damage, you probably would use something like dash juice. Too early. Bye, Anjanath. Shoot. Wow, the tracking on that. Holy crap. I knew that was going to be an instant charge, too. The way he lands tells you when he's going to do that. Oh, I don't have any coating applied. Whoops. Does Dash Chief give you instant stamina in this game? I don't think so. So like, it's not as busted as it used to be in the old games, but I still don't like it very much. So like right there where I just had no stamina, that was my most efficient damage combo I could do. I was able to fire 3 shots to level it up and then do 2 power shots to cap it off. Essentially doing 5 shots there without really having much stamina to charge. So that's a scenario where something like that makes sense. I think it reduces stamina usage by half in this game? That'd be different. We're gonna freaking die. Right into the fire. What do you do in that scenario? Do you try and roll out of the fire and get killed by the poison? Do you burn to death in the fire while trying to eat an antidote like I just was? Not a good scenario. Not a good scenario. Enjoy your lurk chat upon the Tempest. The initial bump should be fast enough to drink you. I tried to drink there, it wasn't fast enough. Use Wirefall, that's what you do? I mean, truly, yeah, that's what you do. You tried to eat a med? Drinking should be faster? Like drinking a potion? Drinking a potion might have. I thought you meant drinking an antidote, and I was like, Ice-T, what are you talking about? Now I getcha. Now I getcha. Yeah. Yep, I think you're correct then, Icy. Sorry, I was just confused at first. Whoops, I dropped the combo there. Trying to roll out of the way of that too. What brutal combos he has with that. Let me out of the flames. Wow. Sheath. Oh, sheathing isn't on R1 on bow. God darn it. Getting just dumpstered. Look at me getting, is it not? No, it's not, because you use R1 to scroll through your coatings and stuff. Good kill screen. R1 is used for silk binds. That's what happened to me earlier, is I was trying to sprint and I was trying to apply a coating and I was holding down R because I was sprinting, and then I tried to apply a coating and I did a wirebug attack. But yeah, on ranged you can't hold down R1 to sheath like you can with Blade Master, and I clearly have gotten too used to that habit. It's not a good habit. Gotta try it again. As you do. Always set to manual sheath. I'm not using auto sheath. I have manual sheath set, but you can sheath using R1 on a lot of melee weapons and or square. It's your choice which button you use to manually sheath. Haven't tried bow yet. Is it hard to get good with? It's a little less simple than the bowgun controls. And it's a little less simple than some of the easier control Blade Master weapons, but it's not too hard, no. It's kind of a mix in between the two. With bowguns, the controls are really simple. You just kind of like aim and shoot for the most part. There are a few other buttons you have, but that's the majority of it. And it's all about learning what kind of bowgun and what kind of ammunition you want to bring. Bow has a little bit of that too, but bow also has more combos. You actually have to kind of combo your shots together out of the bow to keep at like a maximum charge level. So it's kind of a cross between two. Yeah, R1 sheath was added in World, correct. Sakura. Also, welcome the Prebian. And, okay, Mystery Gaming Oreo, welcome back. Newbie question. So what's the red bar with materials you see at the bottom right after you clear a quest? How do you set it up? Red bar with materials you see on the bottom right after you clear a quest. I believe that's break rewards. So I think the red bar with parts should be what you break. If you break a part, like you break the monster's head or you break its wing, you'll sometimes get an extra material for having broken that. Or were you talking about something like this? This right here is the wish list. So full voltage and bag of horrors, that one. Okay, so to do that, what you do is you go over to the smith and you choose a piece of equipment you want to make. So for me, let's look at a better bow for me. Maybe a bow I could use on Rathalos. I like rapid shot a lot right now, so I'm gonna look at one that has rapid shot. So maybe I want to make this Tobikadachi bow. But you can see that if you look at the upgrade materials, I don't have those materials ready for it. So what I can do is I can press square to open this little menu, and I can hit add to wish list, and I can choose where I want to add it just right there. So now it's on my wish list, which means I'll automatically get notifications when I have all the materials needed for it. And also I can go into the menu here and go to wish list, and I can look at the different things I have there. So I can see I need 2 shells for the Rathalos charge blade. I need some Tobikadachi parts for that bow. You can also press L1 and R1 right now to go from just like a list of all the different pieces to a list of all the total needed materials for everything on your wish list. So it's pretty cool. Lets you kind of put together things in a list. You can put armor on there too, and charm, or decos. Decos, you can put decos on there. And ramp up materials too. All right, let's try that again. Jeez. It's amazing. Like, you saw that charge blade hunting against Rathalos went really well. It's amazing the difference a weapon matchup can make in this game. What a cool game series. Thank you so much for that. Didn't know what the wishlist does? No worries. If you do that on the left icon, like the preview icon or the whole armor set icon, you can do it for the entire set. I didn't even know that. That's cool. Yep. Crazy the difference a weapon matchup makes. Clearly, we need a little bit of practicing on bow against Rathalos. And for me, it's like, I think the survivability part of it. I feel like we're dealing good damage. We just gotta not get hit so often. Quick lunch, good luck, have fun. Cheers. thanks for coming by tonight, and have a good lunch. So we want to be more careful because we're getting wrecked by him. Alright, he's poisoned. Fireball incoming. Dang, the tracking on that. My goodness, I was already rolling too. I guess I gotta make my roll more delayed. That's incredible. Incredible tracking. Can't do it again. Yeah, you really gotta delay that. This game is so freaking good. You don't like using Demon Dragon armor skin? I'm not looking to just buff my stats too high. I mean, like, I could upgrade my armor if I wanted to, or we could try and craft just straight up armor skills and bows that or just weapons that would be more damaging. If I get through the quest, I want to do it through learning and trying to use the weapons better and using the weapons moves really well against the monster. I don't necessarily just want to buff my stats and get through the quests easier that way. I think it's pretty easy, especially in modern Monster Hunter, to kind of overpower the content. They give you a lot of tools to do that with, and it doesn't make it doesn't require you to learn as much. So that's what I'm trying to do, is limiting the gear that I've got. So I have to focus on learning and using the weapon to its fullest, or closer to its fullest. I don't know if I could say I use any of the weapons in this game to their fullest. Keep those buff drinks for crazy stuff like the event quests. Yeah, keeping them for like special challenges too is nice. They're also just expensive, depending on the game you're playing. In Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, I'll use Might Seeds and stuff like that. But yeah, especially in the newer games where I feel like you already have so many different ways to buff your damage a bit too high, I'm pretty careful about how much damage I bring with me. Fireball. That's an instant charge. That flame line attack and the track on the fireballs are kind of nuts for a low rank monster. That's what I'm thinking about, man. Like, it's really, like, just look. I'm reaffirmed in some of the things that I really love about this game. It's just like, man, they piled on the difficulty in these patterns, even in low rank. It's so fantastic. Like, it makes me happy for them that they've sat here and in the space of 2 years or a couple years, they figured out so much better how to design challenges for this kind of movement and these kind of weapon kits. It's amazing. I mean, like, it's still not balanced, but like, oh my goodness, what a great kind of challenge. It just makes me happy. Whoops. What the heck? I guess I waited too long for that. Went a little wide with that one. What is he doing? Bump. Bump. That wasn't part of the plan, but that's kind of interesting. That's so fast. And he does this regularly. This is messed up. How am I supposed to deal with that, Rathalos? That's so mean. I don't remember him doing that. How am I supposed to deal with that? He poisons you and then immediately does the flame bot. I guess the answer is you shouldn't stay down that long, you dummy. Or maybe I should try and not stay down so long. I don't know if spamming to get up earlier would actually fix that situation or not, but like, sure doesn't help staying down. That's much as clear. Just wirefall? I guess that's the answer, isn't it? Hello, Crystal. It's funny, Lord Castellian. I've already kind of removed that option from my head. I don't think of it. Okay, I think of it on certain hunts that have like the wirefall combos that are very explicit. That doesn't strike me as an explicit wirefall combo, but maybe it is. Hmm. Alright. Anjanath is here. I'm not gonna get this poison. Nope, he got the poison. Don't you dare do the flame bite, you jerk. Oh, I could have done one more power shot there. Alright. He's not weak yet. Too early on that roll. Shamelessly using the bow glitch? Yeah, I mean, to me, it's just part of the bow in this game, man. Hey, Precious Stones. I'm not just spamming only that. I mean, I'm using it as a damage opening for some of our combos, but I'm trying to use the rest of bows, like, ways to level up your shots, too. Oh, I didn't have any stamina. Who could have seen this coming? What's the bow glitch? The bow glitch is an input cancel, essentially. I'll show it off in the training room after this if you want me to. Essentially, when you do a dash, shoot, you really have to get underneath in there or run really far away. When you do a dash, you'll fire a shot, a regular shot. As soon as you want, after that regular shot that comes out after a dash, you can then fire a power shot as soon as you want, like on the frame after it, if you were well enough, if you were good enough at it, and then you can dash and chain it again. It's the quickest way to deal damage if you got unlimited stamina. So like in a vacuum, when you've got plenty of stamina, you can do over and over, and that's pretty much the fastest way to deal damage. I don't have unlimited stamina at this point in the game. So for me, I'm like doing a dash and I'm doing a couple shots and then I'm doing a power shot, and then sometimes to cap it off, I'm doing a few more of those. That isn't a glitch though. Folks were saying it was an exploit or an unintended thing to Fujis at first. Because it's different than World. I don't think World works the same way in that I don't think you can cancel them on top of one another like that. I don't mind it though. Yep, that's what I've been doing, Precious Stones. That's been the combo I've been going for. Is this regular Rathalos and Rise? It looks strong for a Rathalos. We're not using the best gear, and we haven't upgraded our armor at all, so he hits really hard. Yeah, it would have been patched by now if it's an actual glitch. That's the thing I'm thinking, is like, the game's been out for like almost a year. If they didn't intend for that, it's well documented. Like, I think the animation cancel would have been patched out if it was not intended at this point. Whoops. I just screwed that combo up massively. Oh well. Is he weak yet? He's not. He's not weak yet. That's gonna hurt. Roll, roll. He's gonna go fight that Anjanath. Good thing we have herbal medicines for healing. I guess we should apply close range coating. I don't even know if I want to be close range against him though. Just munching those blue mushrooms away. Mm-hmm. Truly. Whoops, I don't want to be over here. That was not a great exchange. One, two, three, power shot, dash, power shot. There. Oh no, stamina! You don't have close range coating applied? Yeah, I was just saying that. I realized a moment ago I didn't have anything applied, and I don't know if I actually want to have close range applied because I don't actually want to be close to him. Close range doesn't force you to be that close? Alright. Alright, now he's limp. That was risky. He could have run right then. Done though. Whew, that took some practice. His damage is intense with our gear where it is right now. Always love this bow. It's really nice in this game. It reminds me of Portable Third. Did we get... I wonder if we'll get the shells. We need 2 shells for our Rathalos Chargeblade, and then I'm going to probably try and rematch Goss and Almudron. 1 shell? Not 2 shells. My goodness, what the heck? Vio, do you want to... Okay, I was going to say, do you want to try that again? All right. This game is ruthless with its material drops. I can see that. We're out of trank bombs and herbal medicines. Uh-oh. Someone's slacking on the gathering? Oh, you can just buy them. You can just buy trank bombs. Yes, I've been slacking on the gathering. I'm not even sure what this game's intended like path for gathering is outside of just farming a bunch with Rondine. I haven't been slacking on that, but I haven't been doing many gathering runs, that's for sure. All right, we're gonna go ahead and hunt Rathalos again with light bowgun. Layered Arzuros? No, we're wearing Arzuros, and I layered some stuff on top. I don't think that personally iced tea. Sorry to hear you feel that way. Why do you have to carve the monsters after you've slain them, by the way? Why don't you just vacuum up the materials like Minecraft? Kill the Rathalos, you just walk over, just why don't you just get the Rathalos pieces? Hello, Lassinid, welcome. Alright. Another Rathalos. Who'd have thought we had to fight so many Rathalos just to get some shells? How are you doing, lass? We're hunting Rathalos, because I'm trying to make the Rathalos Chargeblade and then practice Chargeblade. Killing so many Rathalos just so you can hunt a Goss? Yep. That's the idea. Farm Rathalos with chat? That's okay, I want to get better. We'll do a multiplayer night either tomorrow or Saturday. I'll put a poll in the Discord tomorrow to see if folks would rather do a multiplayer night on Friday night or on Saturday night. Just started second semester this Sunday. How's it going so far? Do you like your classes? I'm surprised it didn't go through the rock. That's very unlike Monster Hunter. Doing awesomely good. I'm happy to hear it. Makes me glad hearing folks doing good in school, because I know school's rough. We're just about done with Village. Or at least we're getting there. And I've run into some hunts that made me really stop and think with Charge Blade, so... I figure that means we should probably make a couple good pieces of gear for a lot of the weapon classes, and we should practice Charge Blade some. So that's what we're working on tonight. It's just we're going to make some gear, and we're going to practice some Charge Blade. CB's kind of tough in Rise. That's how it feels to me, too. Love the way this bowgun looks. It looks so classic, doesn't it? There's a classic bowgun design. Trying to learn new weapons. Hunting Horn and Hammer are so fun. Hunting Horn's really cool in this game. This feels a lot nicer, or a lot, feels a lot easier than bow. This is a lot more being mostly stationary or walking and not consuming stamina. So you always have, it feels like you pretty much almost always have the ability to dodge out of Rathalos' way, whereas with bow, that was not a guarantee, for obvious reasons. Need to use bow, to be honest. It's neat. It can be kind of busted with damage, but we're not at a point where that's the case. New event is nice. Good. I hope you had fun with it. Backbreak for Shell, yeah. I guess we could use Pierce for that. To be honest, Ice-T I was just capturing. I didn't really think about it. Wow. I thought that's why you use bow. Nope. I just used bow because it was when I just picked bow and light bowgun because they're two of the weapons we've used the least. That's all. Damn. Not getting these iframes, are we? Light bowgun is so mobile. Tis. The flame bite does? Yeah. Oh, that's the one time we're not able to roll is if we reload right as he attacks, which is totally on me. Yeah, look at this combo. He's been doing this to us frequently. The whole, like, poison talons right into flame breath thing. Really brutal. If you don't wirefall, it is. Alright, there's the back break. Pierce is honestly working pretty well. We'll use up the rest of that clip. There's a wing break. Man, I miss when wing breaks gave dunks. Oof. Oh no. We're gonna die. If he follows this up with anything. I think we're gonna die. Yeah. Insta-dead. I forgot he had a pin. That's the first time I've seen it tonight. It's funny because it's the same animation as you, like, when you would normally be safe and downed. Okay, he's weak anyways. That's cool. We're gonna go ahead and cap him. It's like the same body position your character falls into as if you were downed and safe, so it's kind of inconsistent. His pin is really mean in this if you don't wirefall. I mean, we are using unupgraded ranged Arzuros armor, so like it's not like, I don't know, he probably isn't that brutal. Hi, Ninja Frog. Don't mind me, Rathalos. Just gonna set up an instant trap. Goodbye. This armor. Yeah, it's time we make some new armor. Okay, this time we got... God, this game is such a monster hunter. Got 5 shells this time. We only needed 2 the entire time. That was our fourth, like our third or fourth Rathalos. Yeah. You like this? Me too. All right. Now to try and get better at something. Did you even check the notes on how to get shells? I checked the notes, Ice-T. In terms of cap versus, I was reading it while I was like walking up to him. Like I was actually in front of him and I checked the notes just to see if I should cap him or carve him. There's loads of different ways you can get them. Target rewards, capture rewards, broken head, body carves, drop materials. So I mean, like, I guess that's the highest percentage, so I should have paid attention to that. But I didn't actually read through the whole thing because I can see that you can get them from lots of stuff. I was just checking to see if I should cap him or carve him, and capturing him was a better option. It's still ridiculous that we did 2 of those and we got 1 from one of the quests and we got none from the other one. Like, that's a lot of chances to get none. All right. At least you didn't have to kill him 20 times, breaking the back every time for a single marrow. That sounds ridiculous. Was that this game? It sounds like some 3 Ultimate stuff. I don't think back breaks existed back then. Isn't marrow better from tail? Probably so, yeah. Sounds like your experience with Narga marrows. The only recollection I have of having a hard time with marrows was way back in Freemy Night. Freemy Night, I had to fight a lot of Nargacuga to get the Nargacuga marrows. I was really bad at cutting his tail back then. At least you get some free layered gear with the Guild Cross set. Yep. So we have a nice helmet and legs on from the Guild Cross set right now. Good, I'm glad, Kazuki. Alright. It's time for an Almudron rematch. Hopefully with slightly fresher brain and much fresher gear. 120 defense instead of 80, so that's 40 extra. That's pretty good. Guard 3 this time instead of guard 1. Some speed sharpening and 1 point of rapid morph. Here we go. This armor makes you look fat. Thank you. All right, let's try and do better. Gotta use what we learned about sword mode to our advantage. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work, is it? Nope, because we need red shield. Let's get red shield. That feels pretty bad. How's your performance on your laptop? It's awesome, Lassanid. It was rough getting Monster Hunter World to run the way I needed it to for stream last. This game runs effortlessly. We're running at 1080p maxed out. We do not get any frame drops. My temperatures are lower. We're recording and streaming in addition to playing the game. It's pretty great. How's Flooded Forest? Not noticeably different. This game runs like amazingly on PC from what I've seen, even for folks with much older systems than mine. It's so nice not having to worry about bouncing. Oh, that feels bad. Really? Neither of those hit him? Now we're stuck in place. Let's get out of here. Oh. Surprised they hit. Almost melted? We did. $100 hit zone ball. I know I want to hit it. We're trying to get better, Weeb with coffee. This is going a lot better than yesterday. Want to try Elemental Charge Blade in early ranks? I'm trying to get better at Impact. Hello, Jay Novice. Welcome back. The ball is 100 hit zone. Yeah, the ball is a huge hit zone. It's dangerous to be by sometimes because it's got a pretty big damage to it as well. But yeah, the ball is a huge hit zone. Your mind's eyeing now? The mind's eye is so helpful. Hope you're well or had a pizza today. I didn't have a pizza, but I had a big local storage upgrade come in the mail that I was really looking forward to. And I'm excited about that. God, that's so nice. Almost as good as pizza? Yeah. Whoops, that was the wrong button. That move doesn't have a hitbox to it, oddly enough. Whoops, we should heal. Whoops. Oh, I should have healed. I said I should have, and then I kept attacking. Because he gave me a counter opening, and I was like, well, I could just get this one more counter. This is going much better than yesterday, though. We have much better gear, but I also feel like I'm handling it better, which feels nice. We'll have to try Goss after this and see if see if a fresher brain and having been kicked around so much last night has helped us learn a bit. Meow. Okay, he's headed down the stream. Whoops, that was a waste of files. You were a bit grumpy last night. You probably should have gone to bed after the urgent. You know, that's something I've tried to get better at over the years, and I feel like in general I have gotten a lot better at knowing my own limits in terms of like, I'm tired, I shouldn't try something tough to learn right now, or if I'm struggling against something tough to learn, I should probably go and rest. Last night I did not listen to that. Why don't you have the Wirebug UI? Because we're not using Wirebugs in combat at all. So I don't need to see them. We're just using them to get around. No! It pushed me into the Bishaten. Alright, we have to throw the Bishaten away. There. Good enough. No damage was dealt. Hi, Bishaten. You can screw right off. You're a cool monster, though. He almost got us. Go away! Fancy. I didn't hit too well, did I? Nope. Is he gonna bring out the mud bulb? No, no mud bulb. Feels bad, man. And see, that mud also doesn't have a hitbox to it. It's weird. Shoot, I dodged into the mud. No. I didn't even know he could do that. What you just did there. I knew he could fling mud like at you in a straight line. I didn't know he threw balls of mud in the air. What cool monster design. It would be really nice if we had counter peak performance, being able to really easily charge our sword over and over without the delay of sitting there like we have to through the full animation. I don't know, I wish there was an option that was between those two extremes, because this is slow, but counter peak performance is too fast. Where'd he go? He went up again. It's not that slow? No, but in this game, pretty slow. Is there a skill that lets you do that charge faster? I don't know if focus affects that. If focus affects that, that would actually be pretty great. We'll have to experiment. Focus is not useful for most weapons in this game, so it would be interesting if it was useful on Charge Blade. Oh, jeez. Kulu, go away. Power Prolonger should help with upkeep? Yeah, it should. Wow, it was fast. And we're into the mud. Get me out of the mud! Can you switch counter peak performance out? Yeah. But I think it just replaces it with another wirefall attack. No red shield and yellow sharpness is really rough. Okay, so if you're on that side of that ball attack, it hits you, but if you're on the inside attack, it doesn't hurt, I don't think. Hey, that's a nice way to end. Well, it wasn't, like, perfect, but that went a lot better than yesterday. Probably through a mixture of preparation and a little bit better play than yesterday, which feels good. A little bit better play, we used our weapons tools a little better. Probably, the gear probably helped us too. Feels good. We got better. Now let's try Goss. On the last 10 HP. I mean, yeah, that was a little monk ass. I guess it was my last card. I was probably playing a little too crazy. Last time we cut the tail. Let's see about Goss. See if a fresher head shall prevail. Do you still upload VODs to YouTube? Yep. Yep, we do. There's a link right there. I think right now I just uploaded the first 2 VODs of Rise PC today. I've got more going on right now, or more going up right now. Not this very moment, but I've been catching up. I was behind by a few days. The Argosy's pickup box is full. Uh-oh. That's a good reminder. It is, isn't it? Look at all the fish. Mouse snares are back too. I missed it if it said that. I'll go ahead and I'll check them out. It's fun having the portable third music here. Wheat! Hey, Eel! Eel the dog. Musashi, or Oscar. I like Oscar. Is there a reason why you grab every item individually instead of selecting the take all button? Probably just force of habit. I think it does feel a little more satisfying. Alright, that was that. Let's go ahead and let's try Goss. Abominable Snow Beast. Alright, Mr. Harag. The take all button was only added after PC World since you had to click on each individual item. That's hilarious. I didn't think about that. That's really funny though. That would not make you feel much like PC Master Race, would it? Console folks just like spam the take all button or just hold down the button on PC. You got like just like go and click on each one. That would not make you feel very much like PC Master Race, would it? You remember having your controller plugged in while playing Bow so you could pick up all the items by holding X? Good stuff. I know, Ice-T. I think that mindset's pretty funny. So the idea of folks who have some of that mindset having to click on each of their items individually makes me laugh. Alright. Mr. Harag. Thanks for Mobra. Love you too. Whoops. These remember are pissing me off, dude. Can't see. I don't know why I did that. Whoop, too early. Shoot, we're gonna be out of range of that beam. What a silly combo that is, that he can hit you with the tremor part of it, but then knock you out of the range of his own beam. It's pretty good. Alright. Oh hey, they're gonna turbo. So immersive, so cinematic. It's like they're really there. Okay, so you gotta jump through him for that one. I've never even seen that combo he just did. Guess we're doing better, so he's showing new things. Maybe so. I don't think so. I don't think I'm doing that much better. Hello, Hopco. Love how Goss was kind enough to let the Tronon get ready. Honorable. Very honorable. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. We're trying our best to get better at some tough matchups for me with Chargeblade. And then I think after this hunt, we'll probably... Well, seeing if I finish this hunt, we'll go ahead and we'll make some gear for some other weapons too. Hope you guys are staying safe and well. You too, Frenchie. I'm grateful I get to work someplace that's not doing like a bunch of indoor restaurant dining. We're just doing like takeout cafe. Didn't get that time. How does Specialist affect Blast and Rise? I think it'll work with the other status effects where it'll just make it... Actually, I'm not sure if Blast is. There might be some weird exception. I shouldn't have done that. Or should have just held block. Cool. Yeah, this is going better than yesterday. Does Specialist affect Blast and Rise? I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I'm not sure about that, Civ. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, in some previous games, even though Blast technically is a status, Blast was affected by a different skill and not that one. If I'm remembering correctly. Okay, Bio says I'm remembering correctly. I believe Blast was affected by, like, Bombardier. Is there anything that rather than a charge weight problem, you had a sleep deprivation problem last night? I think some of that could be true. I've also learned a little bit since yesterday. But Like I said earlier, I guess I want to issue an apology to you guys that I didn't listen to my body and go to sleep last night when I probably should have. Instead, I put on a poor show for you guys for like the last 2 hours of the stream. Some nights you just gotta know when to call it, and I didn't last night. I got an iframe on that once last night. Now I have to keep trying it. Did Risk say CB is bad? I called it inferior sword and shield. I was mostly joking. How am I? I'm doing okay, Patty. How are you doing tonight? This is not a good time to charge this, I don't think. Oh, shoot. Staying down for the duration of that. Oh, we've gotten so many KOs, man. It feels so good. That's not a good use of an SAD. Do you have Slugger? Just an impact charge blade. Alright, we're gonna try it again. We might die to this, but I want to get it. I need to go more left, less forward, more left to right. Need to sharpen is what I need to do. Shink. Shink. Whew. Hey, we did it. That was a much better quest than last night. I feel slightly redeemed. Not like amazing at Charge Blade, but slightly redeemed. Okay. Let's make some good gear for other weapons too, not just Charge Blade. So that means we're gonna pick, I think, one, like probably, I'm gonna say one decent like general purpose weapon for each class to try and make sure I've got for the end of low rank village and for going through low rank hub. And then maybe one just other weapon per weapon class if I want to. Giving myself the option. Did you make all the Magna weapons? I did that on the Switch. Just go to high rank. I'm tempted to, Ice-T, but I just can't bring myself to. I think rushing would lead to more situations like last night where I'm mauling out against a challenge that I don't really feel quite prepared for with a weapon I haven't practiced enough or don't have good gear for. Although last night I was pretty tired too. All right, let's take a look at the weapons. Man, that feels good to have done better against the two that were giving me such a hard time last night. Okay, greatsword. What do we want to make? What should our greatsword be? I remember the Goss blade being really good, and we can just straight up make it right now. I think it's going to have the highest rod of anything available. It does have some negative affinity, but negative 15 is not that much, especially when we're early in the game still. Could make the Nargacuga one that has lots of affinity and green sharpness, which would be cozy, but for greatsword it doesn't really matter too much, I don't think. You got your butt handed to you by a low rank hub Tetranodon. It's amazing some of the patterns they gave to these early monsters last night. I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy about it. I think I might make the Barioth greatsword. I don't think I've ever really used that sword. That seems like not too strong, not too weak. Actually, it seems better than the Narga one, to be honest with you, at this point in the game. Cool sword. Yeah, let's make that one. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. For now, that's all I'm gonna make for that. What about longsword? We have the one they gave us, which is probably pretty good. Maybe too good. You know about heavy bowguns? A little bit, Snoopy. I'm not a master of them or anything, but I've played a good chunk of it. What's up? Welcome to the stream. All right, we have a longsword, or a Nargacuga longsword. We could honestly just cruise with the Kulu Katana. We could make that right now. And that's one I actually have fond memories of from World. Is the Kulu Katana. I kind of like it. Could go murder Tigrex and make some of his stuff. Pretty sure his weapons have blue sharpness already. We should probably finish some more of this village rank before we make a bunch of decisions about armor and weapons. Let's do that. You're right, Lord Castellian. Just tips and such. Haven't used one since like Monster Hunter 2. It's way well, it's sort of different, but it's sort of not. I mean, like, the fundamentals are still there. I'm thinking about the bowguns or some of the weapons where, like, they've had mechanics added onto them and then removed and changed, but, like, the fundamentals of understanding, like, hey, some monsters are good for normal shot, some monsters are good for pierce shot, some monsters are good for element shot. Like, those fundamentals stay the same. In this game, you have some really cool moves called Silkbind attacks or Silkbind moves, Snoopy, that let you kind of counter things with Heavy Bowgun, which is kind of neat. Heavy Bowgun's never had a counter before this game. In general, with Heavy Bowgun, you'll want to jump into the menu and look at which ones fire some of the shots you think might be good against a certain monster. You really like the counter, it's like boom. It's pretty cool. If you have any questions about it specifically, I might be able to answer them. I'm doing a playthrough right now where I'm not using any Wirebugs in combat. All right, I think I'm gonna let you guys choose my weapon for our next quest. I think I do want to finish all of the monsters in low rank at least once. There's only 2 more new fights, Diablos and Tigrex, and then we can go ahead and see all the armor and all the weapons we might want to make. So I'll let you guys pick my weapon for a Tigrex, and we'll go ahead and we'll do that quest here. Tigrex, no, Tigrex. All right. So, if you want to choose my weapon for a Tigrex, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. It's going to be my first one in this playthrough. Haven't fought one in 5th gen since our playthrough of this back on the Switch last year. Agitator, Crit Draw, Punishing Draw, Resentment. That's a cool armor set. Crit Draw and Punishing Draw. Combine some of that with Barioth, and you'd have a heck of a greatsword set. Crit Draw, Punishing Draw, Resentment. So you'd want these 3. And that. And that. What would that give? That would give crit draw 3, punishing draw 2, resentment, and quick sheath 1. That'd be a great sword set. That's cool. I'm gonna go ahead and make that, I guess. Crit draw and punishing draw? Yeah, for fun, I guess. Skill info. It's not letting me do what I want to do here. Draw attacks deal a small amount of stun damage and get attack +5 on level 2. And then crit draw would be +40 affinity for the first few attacks. Do you have a question about the melding pot thing? What are the differences between the reflecting and haze being the tier 2? When you check, the first tier is Bombardier with rate of earning skill 70%, but tier 2 is the same at only 50. I believe as you go, you'll get basically more tiers that will have more available skills, but you won't necessarily get the highest chance of getting the skills that you want. All the meldings before you get to the very last melding that you unlock are not going to get you some of the best skills in the game. So it's not something you need to stress out about, like optimizing. Just kind of pick some skills that you'd like, or try and get some skills that you'd like and put them on your set if you can. Once you get to the end of the game, then you'll have options to start getting totally random ones, or you'll have options to pick and choose some of the skills you really want, and you'll be able to load them up and hopefully get charms like that. Essentially, the easier skills to get will have higher chances to get them, and the harder to get or more valuable skills will be harder to get. And yeah, they'll also roll higher levels of skills or deco slots, like Lord Castellian said in the chat there. Yeah, let's make that. Oh, we have a lot. We could actually make a lot of it already. Wow. Crit draw, yeah. Cool. We can make a bunch of it, and then we can make these legs. We just need the head. Or wait, that's the wrong piece. Gosh darn it. You're at HR5. Any advice on a decent set of armor to look at for heavy bowgun? HR5 is that the beginning, or is that's like middle of high rank, right? I can't remember. I think from what I remember, Snoopy, basically like your skills for bow gunning are really nice in that you can get normal shot up, or pierce shot up, or spread shrapnel up. But those skills are kind of hard to find, I think, when you're going through high rank still. So I'd probably recommend going for an attack up set of armor and maybe something with some evade extender. As far as recommendations for that, I remember off the top of my head that I think Baggy and Anjanath and maybe Barioth or Rathalos can give you some attack up. Evade extender is going to come from something like Lagombi or Nargacuga. That can be helpful too if you want evade window. But yeah, at that point in the game where you can't get those specialized shot type ups, if you have a bowgun that you really want to use that has any like bad deviation or bad reload speed, try and get some pieces that'll reduce your reload speed or your deviation. And then after that, go for attack up and maybe evade extender if you feel like you want it. Yeah, Baggy has attack up 4, ice attack, and sleep res. That's a good one. Baggy is something that I used a lot of while we were playing through the game. But Nabra armor has lots of relevant skills. Just pick the pieces that boost your shot type and then stack attack up. Yeah, that would be the damage way about going about things. I forget when you get access to decorations, but you probably have access to some of the bowgun decorations. The decorations to gem out your deviation or gem out your reload speed are really cheap in this game. So try and fit those in if you can. Those are really nice, and they'll make your gunning a lot easier. I can't really look at that super easily yet, but when you have a decoration like that, you can equip it and you can take a look at, here, let me show you a chart. When you go into your heavy bowgun here and you mouse over one, like let's say I look at this one. If I hit square, I can show ammo details. On this screen, you can see how it says recoil low, 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 high, low, average, and reload fastest, fast, fast, slow, fast. You can kind of compare which one of your shots you think you're going to be using a lot of. Maybe I want to use Pierce 2, but I can see that right now it has high recoil. I can go ahead and I can keep gemming in recoil down until it says low, or average at least, and then I can start using that. You really want low if you're going to be, you want it to be low and you want it to be fast or fastest for the reload if you want to be using it as one of your primary damage shots. So those decorations can make a pretty big difference. Yeah, Lord Castellian, the reload and recoil ones, I think you get access to pretty early on because they're 1-slot decorations. They're pretty nice. That's some good info. Yeah, I don't know if you can. I can't remember exactly when you can make those. We're not that far in the game yet. I haven't made it to high rank yet. We're still in low rank village here on the PC. But in the Switch playthrough, I used a lot of those decorations. Okay, I'm gonna say, I guess let's go ahead and let's see what I'm gonna use for this first Tigrex quest. Thanks for listening while I was rambling. Jay Novice, what would you like me to use for my first Tigrex matchup here? Rip, I'm sorry, Precious Stones. I didn't do a last call. I should have. I felt badly because I've been blabbering, and so I just finished. I just ended it. Next time I'll do a last call. I apologize. I usually do. Heavy bowgun. All right. Speaking of. Okay, so I think we're gonna go ahead and make some armor for it. So far, we've just been using the Arzuros armor, and I think things are getting pretty rough with that. So we're gonna go ahead and choose a bowgun for Tigrex, and then we're gonna go ahead and make some armor as well. For the armor, especially because I don't think you can get much shot type up in low rank, we're gonna go ahead and I guess we'll probably put on one piece of evade extender and then some attack up, and we'll just call it good with that. Maybe some recoil down if we need to. Remember ingot being really good for the legs. Didn't Anjanath have attack boost? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So its waste is super high value. There we go. So we can make, I think in my Switch playthrough I had Barioth. Maybe Barioth, Tigrex, Anja, Ingot, I think was my set. It's like Barioth helm, Tigrex chest and arms, Anjanath waist, and Ingot legs. I guess we'll go ahead and we'll make the Anjanath waist and we'll equip it. We'll make the Ingot greaves and we'll equip those. Now, what about evade extender? My hunter is cute? Thanks. We were trying to make a slightly older lady. We had fun doing a slightly older hunter on Monster Hunter World. Yeah, we can do these Volvodon Van Braces. And that leaves the chest open, I think. Chest and helm. Where are we at right now? We're at attack boost 3, evade extender 1. Anything else for heavy bowgun? I don't know. Not really. Can you make any Banabra stuff? I don't think so. In low rank, there's no way you're going to be able to max out the shot type ups. So Banabra gives recoil down, paralysis attack, or evade window in low rank. We could do recoil down. We could do the top hat. Do the top hat and the Barioth chest. This should be good enough. Let's check on the Arzuros one there. That should be good. Attack boost 3, crit eye 1, recoil down, evade extender. That seems fine. Much better than what we've been using. And then as far as the actual bowgun goes, we've been using the Queen's Longfire. We can take a look and see if there's anything better. We'll probably stick with that one, I think. Remember this Ogre one being quite good later on in the game? Yeah, look at that normal clip. That's pretty big. It's a pretty big deal. It's good for slicing too. Or at least kind of good for slicing. Could just straight up make the Magnamala one. I think I'm gonna avoid using Magnamala weapons until until like the end of, towards the end of high rank. I used a lot of them in the Switch playthrough, and I think I'd like to use other weapon designs. They're not OP. I know they're not OP. I just used so much of them, and they're kind of like the default. Like they're all really good. Is it better to get a bigger magazine or more base damage? There's a sweet spot, I'd say. You definitely want more than 2 or 3 shots per clip because reloading takes a lot of time. For me, I think 4 is the minimum I'd take for something I know I'm going to be firing a lot of. Like to the Barioth one, I don't think I can even see it yet. Did I pass it? I can't even see it yet. I think it's a high rank gun. Yeah, it's a high rank gun. You can't get it in low rank. Yeah, so there's a balance in terms of like what you'll want. This Volvodon one looks pretty good. Can we make it? I think we could. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Some sticky, some cluster, some normal, some spread. We'll have to try out spread. I can't just avoid spread. I want to avoid it, but I want to try it out too. What's the best for breaking parts, cutting off tails? Are sticky any good? Sticky's very good. If you build for sticky, it's probably one of the most broken things you can do with a bowgun in the game. Deviation though. I might actually stick with the Queen's Longfire after all. I really don't like deviation, but we could deal with it. We should deal with it. I should try this out. Bizarrio's heavy bowgun is decent. Yeah, I think we might have the materials for it. Deviation spread. I know, Ice-T. That ramp up. Oh, here's another tip. Ramping up weapons uses tickets from the rampages, but it basically lets you tweak one aspect of the weapon. So I could choose here whether I want a little more attack, a little more defense on to be boosted to my armor, a lot more defense actually, an additional 40. What the hell? Or an additional 20. That's insane. That's so much extra defense. Or I could have it increase the normal clip size a bit. And so I had it increase the normal clip size a bit. Our cluster's kind of not good. They take a while to fire off. They're good in certain scenarios, but not in like average combat most of the time. Little top hat. Man, we need more layered armor. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I get back, we're gonna go ahead and do this Tigrex. Thanks for waiting. I promise we'll hunt something soon. All right, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting for me. I appreciate it. We're gonna try out spread on Tigrex. It's gonna be my first time using spread this playthrough. So it should go, interestingly. Looks like we also have access to good poison and slicing though. So we have a pretty good spread of things that we can use. Spread of things we can use. Cool. How does one craft spread shot? Needleberries. We should bring some needleberries. Do we have needleberries? We have huskberries, which are used for the other shrapnel ammo. Can I buy needleberries? Nope. Correct. Okay. Well, guess we're just gonna fire the spread that we have, and that's that. Should be interesting. Thanks, Digiartist. Cheers. First Tigrex with heavy bowgun. Tigrex and with heavy bowgun and Freeman Knight was a really interesting matchup. It felt really good to hip fire and smack his face with like normal shot as he was running across the desert. Cheers, Snoopy. Thanks for the follow. I hope you're enjoying playing heavy bowgun in this game. Have you played Monster Hunter games between Monster Hunter 2 and this one, or is this your first time picking one up in a while? All but World? Gotcha. World's bowguns actually do work quite differently from the rest of the series. Rise's are a little more traditional. Welcome, Josiah Davis. Alright, let's see. Thundering Voice. First Tigrex. I hear roars echoing all over. No idea where they come from. I fear it might be a Tigrex. Wherever I hide, the growling follows. Please, I beg of you, hunt the source of that sound before it catches up with me. Alright, Frost Island's Fugitive will help you out. Off we go. It's awesome you've played all of them but World. That's cool. Tigrex time. Poor Popo. Tigrex. That's quite the roar range there. All right. This looks like a really tiny Tigrex. Never mind, maybe he's not so small. What? The Banabra flinched me. Thanks, Banabra. Alright, that was closer than I thought. Not used to playing so close to him. Okay. The rock spread was different than I thought it was going to be. World was my second game. I was really excited about it. I bought a PlayStation for it. Gotta use those hops. I have stamina. I'm dodging with my whole body here. I should have used the dodge there, the little sidestep. I misinput it though. The window for when you're allowed to actually do the sidestep and have it be like a responsive, nice, fast sidestep instead of the dumpy fat roll is like really small. I'm still not used to it. I don't like 5th gen heavy bowgun's roll at all. Doesn't feel like it fits with the fight designs. Look how small of a window that is. Even a moment's hesitation and you're not allowed to do it. Lucky us. Alright, what should we be using on him? We could use Sticky for a KO. We could use Slicing to cut his tail. We could use Parry to hold him in place for a minute. We'll fall back to normal if we run out of spread, or if spread's too tough to use on him. He's in here with Goss. They're probably gonna fight. There's that deviation. Can fire that status ammo nice and quick. Depends on the shot. As long as you're recovering from a shot, it can also be done twice in a row. Ah, okay. So some of the shots that have lowest recoil, like the ones you're going to be dealing most of your damage with, are going to be some of the hardest to escape, to sidestep out of. That makes sense. I thought I could roll through. I should have stayed down. Not using Wyvern Heart either? No, I'm using Wyvern Heart. I just didn't really find an opening for it there. I mean, I guess I could use it when he was parried, but it's not the first thing that comes to mind for me. I think it's useful for when like the monster is tired or when the monster is already downed or something, but I didn't think of it. Why does your camera look so far back? You can zoom it out. There's an option in settings, and I like it further away. Feels like some of the older games to me. I've said this before, I feel like spread has really bad visual feedback if you're not playing with damage numbers. Like I can't tell if I'm hitting with all the spread fragments or just some of them, or if it's dealing good damage or bad damage. It feels like bad damage. I really only feel that way about spread and not even shrapnel. I just feel that way about spread, to be honest with you. Okay, I need to remember that the rocks spread out much further. Could be that spread 1 just is low motion. spread just feels dinky. Apparently it's good. People have been telling me it's still good in this game. I tried it on the Switch and it always felt dinky like this, so I never really pushed the issue, never really tried it more. And I think that normal and Pierce feel decent enough in game, or in this game, that I don't really feel the need to, but I want to try it out anyways. Wish you knew this camera feature. You looked before, but you missed it. Here, I'll show you Stiff Sock Water. You go into options. I think it's just at the game. No, it's in camera. It's at the very bottom, camera distance. You can turn it all the way up to 100. Yeah, it's at the very bottom of the list. Whoops, I scrolled past it. There it is. Yeah, that's the thing is like with damage numbers on spread, I think that's part of why spread felt so good in World. I mean, obviously it did do tons of damage, but when you see a ton of damage numbers pop off after every volley, it's like, of course it's going to feel good. But like, I don't know. Those damage numbers are not what I'm here for. Yeah, it does need some screen shake, doesn't it? Just because you have the nice crit distance indicator built into the cursor now, or into the reticle, doesn't mean you shouldn't have any other feedback for crit distance. Those fundamentals of game feel shouldn't get replaced by damage numbers. He's running around a lot, which I guess is what Tigrex does. Spread on my Bowgun's worth? You don't have guard? I mean, it probably is. I know Pierce is probably the highest damage potential you can get outside of something like Stickies. It's probably fine on light Bowgun though. Can you turn the crosshair off at all? I don't think so. That'd be really wild. No. No, you cannot. It turns off with weapon info, Ice Tea. So you can turn it off altogether, but that's not how I would want to play the game. It also turns off your shot count. Your shelling. Your shell count. Didn't expect that. You can turn off some wacky stuff in this game. At least, I mean, at least at the fat roll plus Evade Extender is helping us outdistance him well enough. Would be mega immersive. Some people do play HUDless. They're like insane in my eyes. Like I don't know how they do that, but folks do it. That move is not the same as it used to be. Alright, and I think probably we're not going to do spread 3 because we can't move while firing it, which would be rough. So, let's try and get a sticky KO. Is this the PC version? Yes. Yep, we played the Switch version last year. Now we're playing the PC version full time. As our main game, I should say. Shoot. I remember this time. I remembered to Dakar. Just for a moment, you thought it was Monster Hunter World? We played Monster Hunter World last month for like a whole month. Oops. And that was enough for now. Don't think charging affects non-impact ammo. What do you mean by impact ammo? I think you're correct that it probably also does not... I don't think it affects sticky either. I don't know why I was charging it, I guess just to try. I believe that charging sticky increases the amount of damage that the actual shot type pellet does, but not the actual KO damage. It affects stickies? Okay. If you shoot a monster, does that activate Wyvern Ride? It does, Castigar, yeah. We're not doing Wyvern Riding. Or at least if we end up on a Wyvern Ride, I have to try and dismount without damaging the monster because I don't want any damage from Wirebugs. Charging sticky does way more damage to the explosion? Interesting. Impact ammo, damage that's done on the impact, not the effect? I'm still a little bit lost there, I'm sorry. Okay, cool, it does work. I think it's really inconsistent how charging affects shots, because I know I don't think it affects status application with other status ammunition. Whoops, bad dodge. It's kind of odd. If you're within range of a monster and you attack them, it counts as proccing the ride, yeah. Also, hi, young Mosa. Oh, gosh darn it. Should've been rolling. Does not affect status build up. Isn't that a shame? Oh, they gave us some spread 1. We could use that. It's the only way we found sticky viable in Rise. I don't think sticky needs to feel viable, personally. I think sticky's a fun, like, supplementary shot. Using it as, like, a primary damage dealing thing, I think should be kind of, like, corralled off to mean builds. Like, you have to have a really specific armor set and bowgun to make it work. That's just me, though. True damage is whack. Ouch. Alright, we gotta be careful. This is last cart. Oof. He says right before he jumps directly into a charge. With light bowgun, even with a specialized armor set for it, you'll run out of ammo before killing a monster with stickies. That's the thing, though, is you can gather a lot of that stuff in the map or just run back to the camp. I think a lot of folks do. Which I guess, I don't know, I don't play that way, so it shouldn't bother me, but it's a bummer that you can use that strat and kill anything in the game. At least I think it's kind of a bummer. Ow. A pixel away from the triple. Heavy bowgun is one of those weapons I feel really not confident with in this game. I really wish it had a regular roll. You can do that, but it'll take a lot more time than just using your normal ammo or melee weapons. With some of the stuff that I've seen, I don't know if that's true. It feels like it does a ton of damage. I don't know. I haven't tested it myself. It's not the kind of thing I would like to test. Doesn't bother me too much if other people do that. I think it's sort of a bummer. I think the restock stuff is kind of a bummer in general, but doesn't affect me or my enjoyment of the game. I can just choose not to do it. Always thought with bowguns you had to use melee to proc the Wyvern Ride? Nope. Just as long as you're within range of them and you shoot them, it'll start the ride. No moving reload. I missed that. Well, that's fair, young Mosa. I appreciate the counterpoint. I guess I just like how strong they can be with certain armor sets and how they're applicable on everything. But it is true that I guess without restocking or without running in a group, you're not going to be able to finish the whole hunt with them. Hey, Mad Cow Disorder. He took away the free stun of Wyvern Start? Free stun? Huh? I think so too, Bio. How's PC Rise? PC Rise is fun. I really like this game a lot. And the things I enjoyed from the Switch version, mainly the monster patterns and like how challenging even low-ranked monsters can be in terms of how aggressive they are, I still feel the same way about on the PC as well. I'm so used to like a different game where the spread's different or something. I'm not expecting to get hit by it there. Wyvern Heart did stun in World? No, not by default. It's just ammunition. They probably used it with Impact Mantle. Because it's just like loads of damage you can unload in combination with that. Oh god, no. I'm not doing a good job of this fight. I don't think I would spread heavy Bowgun Tigrex again. I feel like I like being a couple rolls away from him. Like this. I don't think I have much of value to add to a discussion about Bowgun balance. I think restocking kind of busts Bowgun balance wide open. I haven't tested enough of it, and I'm not good enough with Bowguns to really add much to the conversation. So I'm gonna bow out. For me, it's like, I think Biotech, for me, restocking compromises one of the core, like, fundamental tenets of what makes this combat system good. Like, part of why caring about whether you get hit at all is because you have limited resources. If you essentially have unlimited healing or unlimited resources, I think it becomes a lot easier to care less about moment-to-moment choices that you, the player, make, or like just any of that. And I think that it being the default experience of like, hey, this is an option for you, you are allowed to restock, cheapens the game. I don't think they'll really ever go back on it. I hope someday in some of the harder ranks they'll impose some difficulty restrictions around it, because it's pretty ridiculous what like the sorts of things you could do if you wanted to. And like, I guess I don't want to tell people not to have fun how they want to have fun. I just think that there's really, it's kind of like if you just removed stamina management. That's how it feels to me. It's like if you just took the stakes out of stamina management, like that's how it feels. One of the core tenets of the game is like you have to manage your stamina, you have to manage your health, you have to manage your items. That's part of it, and they're also linked together. So that's how I feel about the restocking. It doesn't bother, like it doesn't make me upset and say like this game sucks now that like I can restock. Like no, because I'm just not going to restock. I think restocking would be fine if you could only do it if you cart. That would be a good solution. I'd like that. Then you'd have people carding on purpose. Well, that was Tigrex. I feel like I would not spread heavy Bowgun on him again, and I feel like my impression of spread from Switch is a little bit the same here, where it just doesn't feel very good without damage numbers, but I'll have to try it out sometime. I don't want to just write it off from there. I want to try and get better at it. So that was Tigrex. I think our next new fight is going to be Diablos, and we're going to do that next. Then we'll have done all the low rank monsters. So let me go ahead and I'll let you guys pick my weapon for that. I don't just mean that, like, I want to try and make it clear that, like, it's less about that I don't think people should be able to have fun in that way, and more just that I really think it compromises something core to the series. Not that, like, something core to the series is like, screw you, you can't have fun, but like something core to the series in terms of managing how many items you've got left is a core part of the series and adds tension to everything you do, every roll you make, every attack you make, every time you judge what a monster is doing, you risk losing some of your resources. And so when those resources are basically infinite, and some players like will feel that way if they don't feel like there's any real gain to be had by not restocking aside just time. I think it does shift how the actual combat feels and how it'll end up how that experience will end up feeling to the average player. So double down, no fun allowed. No, that's not it. Your choice for Tigrex is slicing shot. Gotcha. Shrapnel and spread feel weird in your opinion as compared to old generation Monster Hunter. Do need help as a gunner. Me too. Help for gunner? I think probably one of my tips for gunner is to try and find shot types you actually like using that kind of like feel a little bit natural for you in terms of gunning position, and try and stick with those. Make them work on as many fights as you can. Hello, Karadilu. We're about to hunt our first Diablos. I'm gonna go ahead and start a weapon raffle here for that. Yeah, if you want to choose my weapon for the last new monster of low rank, go ahead and type !ticket in the chat. This will be our last new monster for a little while. I don't know if I have any particular gunning tips in especially the newer games. In the older games, I feel like I have a little bit more experience with gunning, but I don't know. I don't feel like an amazing gunner in any of the games. I feel competent, or like I can clear some quests, but I don't feel amazing at it in any of the games. Been running around with normal ammo and Pierce. I think it's really fun to get to use elemental shots on things and know when, like, get to kind of decide when that's worthwhile, both in terms of like the hit zones and the gun that fires it for you. Something like that, Lord Castellian, yeah. Yeah, I think just kind of looking at a monster and looking at its hit zones and saying, okay, what shot types should I use for this? And then having a gun and an armor set that helps you deal that sort of damage that you'd like to is really, really satisfying. And at least for me, I think it's really fun to have a gun that fires a variety of things at least kind of well. So you can get a couple status procs in, you can do some explosive damage to wake them up or while they're tired or something, and then you can use whatever your core damage ammunition is the rest of the time and craft enough of it where you can see through the quest like that. Using a bit of variety and switching up the ammunition you're firing to fit either the part breaks you're going for or the phase of the fight, whether it's an enraged or an unenraged monster or exhausted monster, etc. Is there somewhere you can see what to shoot at what monsters? Yeah. So in-game Snoopy, they've added it, where you go in the menu and you go to Hunter's Notes and Large Monsters, and then you scroll to the monster you want to fight. Let's say we're going to look at Tigrex because we just fought him. Physiology. This tab is called a hit zone value chart, where you can see there's different types of damage along the top there, and there's the different locations on the monster down here at the bottom, or along the left-hand side. And you can think of that number in the chart as the percentage of your damage that's going to get passed through to the monster when you hit them. Basically, the bigger number, the better. So for, let's say we're gunning, you can see at the top of the chart there, you have cutting, which is what most Blade Master weapons are. You have impact, which is hammer and hunting horn and a few other types of damage from a few other weapons. And then you have shot type damage, which is what most of your ammunition is going to be dealing. So if we were going to shoot at Tigrex, you can see that his head takes by far the most shot type damage. Something the game doesn't show is that sometimes hit zones will change based on what part of the fight you're in. And so there's websites and third-party resources you can pull up outside the game if you want to see all of the hit zone chart. Tigrex actually doesn't have any of those. I thought he did when he got raged, but nope, guess not in this game. Never mind. Some monsters have their hit zones soften or harden based on their rage state or based on if you've broken them or not. So you can see if we were going to choose 3 spots to shoot on Tigrex, we would probably shoot his head for sure. Then we'd probably shoot his arms to break them, and because they take the next most damage. And then after that, we could go for the tail if we wanted to, but when you get down to like 20 hit zones, you're not going to be doing tons of damage like this. If we wanted to do elemental damage to him, you can see that thunder damage, if we were going to deal thunder element damage from a sword or from a shot type from a bowgun, we definitely want to shoot his head or his front leg most. And then the other parts are okay. You'd take some damage from thunder, but not that much. We take a little bit from dragon, a little bit from water, a little bit from ice, but if we want to deal good damage with element, we'd be shooting his head or his front legs with thunder. So yeah, and there's one of these charts for every monster in the game. So if we look at Zinogre, you can see that he's got some different ones as well, and his hit zones definitely do change. You can't see it in the game, but when he charges up, his hit zones will shift a little bit. But the hit zones here are usually pretty good guidance anyways. Claws weaker to water than head on Tigrex. Oh, yeah. I see it now. He slips. Oh, maybe he does. But yeah, those are hit zones, and that's how they work. Yeah, if you want to choose my weapon for a Diablos quest, that's the next monster we're going to be taking on for the first time here. So feel free and go ahead and type !ticket in the chat if you want to choose for me. Thank you, Iced Tea. If there's an option of 160 physical damage versus 140 damage and 20 element, you always want the higher physical. So, not always. What you can think of it, Snoopy, is generally that raw damage is going to get filtered through a bunch of different modifiers and multiplied in a bunch of different ways. It's not like you're dealing 160 damage with every one of your moves. Like if I have let's say I have a 200 damage greatsword and I just do the slap, I'm not dealing 200 damage each time. Different moves are stronger and weaker on that raw damage. Element is unique in that element deals its full amount no matter what the hit is. So if you have a dual blades that has 20 thunder and you have a greatsword that has 20 thunder, and the dual blades does a combo that has like 15 hits, it's going to do 15 times 20 of that element. There's some more things you could talk about there, but basically it's going to deal the full element for every single hit, no matter if it's a big hit or a little hit. Whereas greatsword's only going to deal a few elemental hits with its few slow hits. Found the formula, but looking at it, it seemed the element was kind of weak. Thought the 20 thunder went through the same formula. It's applied. I mean, I think there is some math that applies to it. I'm not great at the damage formula in general. I understand parts of it conceptually, but I'm not somebody who sits down and actually maths it out. Thought that's what the 20, 25, 15, etc. in the notes. So that's the percentage of, that's sort of like the percentage of what the element's going to be. But there's a bunch of other math that goes into calculating how much raw damage you're going to be dealing. You have your sharpness modifier, you have affinity, you have the motion value of your move, which is like how big or small of a move it is for the weapon. But yeah, element is going to be better when you can hit more times because it deals more closer to its full amount each time, whereas raw damage is going to be filtered through a bunch of different things. That's why element can still be viable when it's such a smaller number than a raw damage number. Or that's part of why. I'm not the best person to explain that, but that's the gist of it, is element hits for closer to its full amount each time. Raw damage gets filtered through a bunch of different modifiers first. I hope that makes sense. I apologize. I'm not enough of a math buff to actually tell you how all of it works. I really should be after sitting here and playing this damn video game for so many years, but math ain't my strong suit. All right, let's see what I'm going to use for this Diablos. Mad Cow Disorder. Dang it, did I do it again without a last call? I might have. Mad Caterpillar, what would you like me to use for a Diablos quest? Hammer? Alright, hammer on blows. We need a better hammer. This one could be okay. Let me see if we can make a better one, though. And let me put together a Blade Master armor set. You just did hammer on apex blows? Gotcha. We can start seeing the Tigrex weapons. Alright, for this quest, we're just going to upgrade this Kuluyaku hammer. I think we'll make another hammer soon, though. Ooh, Tigrex armor. Yeah, Bludgeoner is what I remember using. Yeah. I think our set from back on the Switch was Barioth, Barioth, Tigrex, Anja, Ingot, which gave us 4 points in attack, some points in crit eye, and some Bludgeoner too. Bludgeoner is great. Right now, however, let's see what we're going to use. Go ahead and equip my weapon. Kulu hammer. Ingot. Anjanath. Did we make the Jaggy arms yet? No. Let's see what KO skills there are. Slugger. Right, Anjanath has Slugger. Kezu has Slugger? Kezu has Focus and Slugger. Weird. Kulu has Slugger. Sure, we'll do Kulu arms instead of Jaggy arms. What the hell? Okay. Kezu stuns a lot? I guess that's true. Hammer Tigrex with D Wirebug bonus is the best? What do you mean by D Wirebug bonus? Welcome, Budo Man. Oh, a rampage skill. Gotcha. Does defense down exist in Rise? I don't think so. All right, Diablos time. Twisted Desire. Ooh. Getting visited. Hello. What's up? You're bringing a cat to see chat? Hello, Schmegl Eskimo. It's cat time. It's everyone's favorite part of the stream when Annie brings cats. Hi, Lungo. Oh, he's so sleepy.
I told you he was being cuddly.
He's a good cat. He's getting much more, like when we first got him, he didn't like us touching his face as much because he was a stray and he was not super used to human affection. He's gotten a lot better about it.
He still doesn't like your face in his face.
He lets me kiss all over him sometimes by his face.
If you like go right at him with his face facing you, he doesn't like it.
Maybe so. Such a sleepy baby cat though, he's good. Hi, Lungo. Whoop. Bless you.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's been a while, but do you still have the second cat? How is it? This is our second cat. He's doing great. He's still a rascal. He gets into the trash and he eats full sticks of butter, and he's kind of a pain sometimes, but he's a really good cat. He's cute and he's cuddly. The two cats are getting along now. They weren't at first, but now they are. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm gonna go to bed soon.
Okay. Rest well. I'll see you in a little bit. Kit. Alright. I'm gonna hunt a Diablos. I'll see you later, Annie. Whole sticks of butter. He had a whole stick of butter, and then he had another part of a stick of butter. He was okay, but he's a rascal. He shouldn't get into that stuff. Alright. Twisted Desire from the Smith's Son. Those horns are so cool. Fit for a name like Diablos for sure. With that twisted shape, I'd love to get my hands on one and craft my store sign from it. I bet it'd do wonders for business. We'll see what we can do. Is it Zenogre Bio? Cool cutscene. Oh, Teostra. What a cool cutscene. Tyrant of the Desert. See if we can hack against the Tyrant of the Desert. There he is. Everybody else is fighting Apex Blows tonight. We're fighting low rank village Diablos. Heck yeah. That's not what I meant to do. Whoops. No, there's a new event quest out for Apex Blows tonight, Schmeck. That's why I'm talking about it. At least on the Switch there is. That's what I was referencing. That event quest is not yet on the PC. Whoops. Let's go after the Delics. You and your friend tried out Emergency Rathian, very spooky. I haven't tried out any of the Emergency Apex. We were caught in his horns. That was cool. You love this game's Diablos, it's so good. I wish he charged more. I feel like that's a side effect of having fought your first Diablos in Freebie Night. You just kind of wish all Diablos were quite so scary with charges. Are there new skills out for weapons? Because you feel like you heard that from somewhere? New skills? I don't think so. Use Water Strike? We will later on. We haven't unlocked it yet. We're in low rank village, so we don't have any of the switch skills unlocked yet. Or at least I haven't unlocked any of them. We did on the Switch. We won't be using any Silkbind attacks, but switch skills will be okay. Yeah, this is a fresh playthrough on the PC. We started last week. Water Strike in this matchup is really fun because it's got so many good telegraphs. We're getting hit quite a bit. Condom 9. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Hello, Skiffy. Do you not like using pets either? Nope. The pets are nice, especially because there's so many cool skills for them in this game. There's so many ways you can customize them. I just really like dealing with 100% of the monster's attention. Often when I'm playing this game, part of the reason I'm doing it is I'm trying to practice different weapons and trying to get better at them in a variety of different monster matchups. Having even the cat and the dog there draws a lot of the monster's aggression and means that I won't have to deal with it quite as much or learn quite as much. And so I leave the pets back at camp. Same reason why you don't catch me using a lot of traps or other items that just get me free damage openings. I want to try and earn all of my damage with my weapon if I can. I'm going to chuckle at that, Skiffy. No iced tea, sorry. We like puns here. Do you prefer the spirit combo with Rise Longsword as opposed to what? The EI counter? I always like the spirit counter or the spirit combo more personally. I just think it's more interesting to fit into the fight. I'm using the Foresight and the EI counter when I play this game's longsword because it's kind of built around it, but they just don't feel like longsword to me. They feel like some weird iframey counter weapon. That's not my longsword. I like old school longsword a lot. So new school longsword doesn't really tickle my fancy. Is seeing your character's outline also a thing in the settings? Yep. Is still an update. Or is still an option, rather, sorry. About 3U Longsword? 3U Longsword's okay. I prefer Longsword even without the spirit levels. But I'm okay with 3rd and 4th gen Longsword. Oh, you meant Mad Cow. I gotcha, sorry. You know my stance on longsword? You probably do. Well, I mean, there's still opportunities to use it, Kazuki. It's not the most efficient way to gain spirit level, but it's a nice way to do it while doing some damage. Especially on downs if you don't have your red gauge already up. It's not useless, but it's not not as useful as some other options Longsword's been gifted with. Oof. Missing the iframes on some of those hip checks. Whoop. I think Kazuki is just saying the names because they want to say they still use the other moves, which is good. I mean, you should be using all the moves. They still have reasons to be used. That doesn't make the broken options any less broken, though. Blowing through my potions really quickly on this guy. Not the safest hammer play. Both me and Diablos are going to gather some cactus. Alex got in the way. He'll still hit. Is it hard without Wirebugs? Certain matchups have been tough. This one's not particularly. Shell from a Diablos. It's incredibly dense and much heavier than it looks. This is like the first time he's dug. Does he jump? He does! I forgot he did that on the rink. Oof. Does Diablos get stuck in walls? I think if he has horns still. I think we broke his horns prior to him running into that. Oof. Got smacked. Can't remember where it happened. I think right there where he just ran into that pillar. I think if he'd had horns, he would have gotten stuck. I don't think just any wall does it. Tigrex can also get ledged. Mm-hmm. Here he goes. I think you can also get maybe stuck in those pillars too. If I hadn't charged by default there, I would have been better off. It's a pretty bad habit, the instinctually charging. The bonks. Whoops. Too early, way too early. Hello, Kiradilu, yeah. We're doing a no Wirebugs playthrough here on PC. Woof. Misjudged some of those. He's weak, though. That's good. Well, he did a lot of damage to us. I don't find Diablos in this game particularly, like, well, regular Diablos. I don't find him particularly tough. Apex Diablos is pretty difficult, but I don't think he's quite aggressive enough to be a Diablos. What are beans? Beans are the stream currency. You get them on a cart, you can save them up and just have them for a leaderboard, or you can use them to redeem sound effects.
This is beans!
Like that.
This is beans!
Somebody else thought that was a good idea too. Or something like that. Ever fought Bloodbath? No. I found Apex Diablos in this game pretty challenging. Woof! Yeah, for saying this guy isn't very challenging, I'm doing a pretty poor job of fighting him. He left. He's gonna come back here, I just know it. Do you think multiplayer hunts take less strategy? Yes. You have 4 times the damage for not anywhere near 4 times the health, and you have a quarter of the aggression on you. There's not really any way for me to, like, I mean, there's still strategy that goes into a successful multiplayer hunt. You have to position around each other well. It usually has different, like, things to take into account for than a single player hunt, but multiplayer is the most overpowered thing in the game. There's not really any way I can sugarcoat that. And yeah, it's not like it's without its own depths either, but it does require, I don't know, strategy might not be the right word to describe it. It's definitely less intense. Thank you, Deluxe. Yeah, I play multiplayer with folks when I'm looking to just have a good time, which there's nothing wrong with that either, but it's definitely not where I go if I'm looking for, like, super difficult challenge, unless there's really, I don't know, there's a specific kind of quest where the monster is so strict that having 4 players turns from a benefit to a detractor. It becomes more of a likelihood that you'll cart prematurely due to it, rather than just you'll overpower the monster thanks to the raw damage you pack as a group. So there are quests that are more difficult in multiplayer than solo, but it's just like, in general, I play multiplayer and I'm looking to just have a good time with friends. It's a good time. We're probably going to be doing that tomorrow or the day after. A large, sturdy fang used in everything from weapons to ornaments. Rise multiplayer night? Yep, Rise PC multiplayer. We'll be doing low rank hub. What's that black thing Diablos just breathing out? That's just what its breath looks like when it's really angry. I don't think there's an in-universe reason for it. Just pounding Diablos' face into the sand. When you say it like that, it sounds mean. A rigid Diablos backplate can be carved into fine gear with the right knife skills. Excuse me. I could have done that a lot cleaner. He definitely did a good chunk of damage to us. Lots of big hitboxes you can pretty easily fall into. Nothing super aggressive is I think how I would describe that fight. Yeah, I should be taking more pictures, Ice-T, you're right. Alright, that's all the monsters in low rank. So that means it's time to decide on some weapons for things. And start making them. I think I decided I wanted to do the Kuyaku one. Yeah, I think that should be good enough for now. Okay. What sword and shield do I want to make? That is, yeah. There are definitely some multiplayer experiences. I'm trying to do more random SOS in this game. I haven't played random multiplayer in a Monster Hunter game in like 4 or 5 years. So I'm trying my... yeah, I guess like 3 or 4 years now. Since like 2018. No, that is like 5 years. Gosh, where's the time go? So I'm trying to do some random multiplayer in this game to kind of remind myself what that's like. Like Barioth Sword and Shield would be a good choice. Do it now? I will. I haven't done an SOS yet tonight. I've been trying to do them to warm up, but I was warming up with Rathalos tonight. Oh, I remember the Diablos Sword and Shield being super good. Sword and Shield doesn't need to be that strong, though. That's just too strong. I know that's going to be too strong, especially if we pair it with Bludgeoner. It's going to be disgusting. No, it's too strong. I think we'll go with the Barioth one. Okay. What about dual blades? Love Sword and Shield and Rise? It's fun. Both dual blades and Sword and Shield feel pretty drastically different when you're not using the silk binds for them. Zenogres could be good. Hurricane could be okay, but it's not very many. It's not very much green sharpness there. The Tigrex duels could be okay. Those are pretty neat too. They're gonna be strong, but that affinity would be a good detractor. I might get those. I like those. Yeah, dual blades especially doesn't have a whole lot of high motion value. So yeah, we'll go with those. We'll go with the Tigrex ones. Can we actually make those right now? We might be able to, actually. Yep. Cool. For Lance... we already have the Paladin Lance. think we're gonna end up with the Diablos Lance. 'Cause there aren't that many high raw options. Yeah. Okay. So many fun gun lances. Let me take a look. I used so much of this particular gun lance in the Switch version, the canine tree. I used so much of this one. I really like this gun lance. I'm kind of tempted to use it again. Most of the weapons, I'm trying to use different weapons than what I used on the Switch, but I don't think I can keep myself from using that one. It's too cool. We're gonna end up using that, I think. Hammer, what do we want to go with here? Tigrex hammer could be okay. Psycho hammer looks pretty cool. So does the Bizarrios blow. I might go Psycho hammer. I think we are. I like that design. What about horn right now? I think the Zinogre horn's up there. Tigrex horn's good too. We might go Tigrex horn, although horn's really strong already. I don't know if it needs to be something quite that good. This music's cozy. That one's cool. Cornupian. Yeah. We'll go with the Tigrex horn. Switch axe. That's going to be a tough one to choose. Choosing one file type for switch axe is tough. A lot of them are so good. I feel like the ore one might be the way to go right now, but we need a commendation. We'll be getting one soon from some of the village quests we're going to do. I think actually the next quest would give us one. Power Gasher. That's a cool design. Exhaust would be really strong. Probably too strong. Power File? I'm not a big fan of Power File. I tried it a little bit. I would be game to try and deal with Power File in more matchups, but it's just not amazing. Really feels like this game wants you to play around with the other types of files. Takes a long time to charge and it doesn't stay amped up very long. This would be an easy one to go for. Wouldn't be too strong, I think. Yeah, we'll go for that one right now. I think Iced Tea, what a lot of people enjoy in this game is getting to the amped up state through your combos and then being able to jam out, morphing back and forth between axe and sword mode and getting file ticks on a lot of your damage. And I think when you're faced with power just being so much more difficult to get to that state, to get to your spot where you're jamming out, it's a lot less satisfying. So I can see why people wouldn't want to use power file. Meant needing some skills? Ah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with needing some skills. I was just explaining why I thought people feel the way they do. All right. Yeah, I'm going to go with that elite switch axe. So we need a commendation. We'll get one soon. Lovely butter knife. Like, I don't want to write it off entirely. Like Element File on Charge Blade, I want to try and practice. I want to try and practice so I can get good at it, even if it's not like the most effective or the easiest to do. Charge Blade, I think I'm going to go for the Tigrex Divide. Just straight up. Ooh, we've used up all our Dragonite. We'll have to go on some mining runs. Insect Glaive. We could probably jam out with just that bayonet one, to be honest with you. There's a lot of good glaives at this point in the game. Any ramp ups that affect power files? Not that I know of. You mean for Switch Axe? Are there other power file weapons? I guess I was thinking of impact file. On Charge Blade. My bad. Okay. I think I'm not gonna do the guns right now because that's enough looking at weapons. Let's take a look at our wish list. We need a lot of Dragonite, and we need a lot of Tigrex stuff and Barioth stuff. I haven't fought Barioth in a while, so we'll go ahead and we'll do that next. I'll let you guys pick my weapon for a Barioth quest. We have enough time tonight for a couple more quests here. I think we'll be making some weapons, and we'll be making some armor over the next few days. All right. There you go. Go ahead and type !ticket if you'd like to get in. Iced tea? I don't think it took yours for whatever reason. There we go. Now it did. Sorry, it took 3 tries. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I get back, we'll go ahead and we'll do that quest. And just thank you guys for being here. It's nice to hang out with y'all and just play some Rise and, I don't know, talk about it. we're back. I'm gonna go ahead and say last call. If you want to choose my weapon for a Barioth quest, go ahead and type !ticket. And if I draw your name, then you get to pick what I use. Weed with Coffee, does Diablos dual blades deal blunt damage in world? Nope. Dual blades deal cutting type damage. Regardless of model, weapon types are consistent in what damage they deal. Alright, let's see what I'm going to use here for this Barioth quest. Two armed man 15. What would you like me to use for Barioth? What's it going to be? Did you craft another pair of jaggy gloves? I don't think I already had a pair. Nope, I did not have a pair. I had Yaku braces, that's what I was wearing in the last quest. But I just crafted and switched to some jaggy ones. Yeah, what weapon would you like for Barioth? Make a second pair. Wear them on my feet. Heavy bowgun? Alright, back to HPG we go. Not doing spread this time, we're gonna do Rathian's bowgun. Okay, and then what did I have for that? I had, I guess, a Vedic Extender? What are all the Vedic Extender pieces I can make? I think I just did attack up and then a Vedic Extender. Ah, of course! The cowboy hat. Rathian HPG is really nice against Barioth? I'm hoping so. That last matchup against Tigrex didn't feel super great. Rathian HPG in general is just a great gun. Is it hurting you again, Vio? I'm sorry. Sorry for not feeling well. Roggy hat. I like how we look. Heat sensitive, but for some reason after the last time he took antibiotics. But once with a month-ish long side effect from taking antibiotics. Huh. Is now permanently like fire ants all over your back, arms, face, chest. That sounds awful. I'm sorry. It's not actual heat, it's just like a perception of heat. Oof. Hi, Nox. What boss was that? I'm assuming it's a Final Fantasy XIV thing. I went back and I did a little bit better against Almudron and Goss today with Charge Blade. I did more AEDs. Did a lot better with a little sleep and a fresh head. Name is Phoenix. Alright, Barioth time. Weird, Vio. I'm sorry. I hope you feel more like yourself soon. It's jank. It sounds jank. Have you been enjoying the game more on PC rather than on Switch? I don't know about more. I mean, like, a little. It definitely runs much nicer, and like playing the game at a higher resolution and a higher frame rate is just enjoyable, but I don't think you're missing that much if you're only playing on the Switch. I would say, like, I would probably derive like between 5 and 10% enjoyment of this, of like my current enjoyment of this PC thing from the fact that it's running so nicely and it looks nice. And most of it just from being that I really like Monster Hunter Rise. How is Grandpa Mike? Why am I Grandpa Mike? I'm doing fine, Game God. How are you doing? I feel like a gunslinger with this hat. It's a stupid bird with an orange arena and orange attacks and orange AoE markers. It's like Hypnocatrice. Oof. Shoot. You're gonna head to bed? Well, congrats on your queer knocks. Cheers. Thank you for coming here to crow about it. I appreciate it. 5 hours working on that boss? Oh, man. Sounds like a lot of orange. Oh, you mean my character? Oh, okay. Thank you, that's Grandma Mike to you. If you're going off our character. Oh my goodness, we gotta get this guy's arms broken. Forgot Barioth does that big jump. It doesn't go particularly long ranged, so as long as you can outdistance him, it's not too much of a threat. Here it is. Okay. This match is about to get better. Oh my gosh. Not yet, though. Poor Barioth. I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't know why my first thought was slice and go. Do you remember that this is one of your worst heavy Bowgun matchups, by the way? No. I don't. I believe you. Like, was it really rough in base game? If you remember correctly, yeah. I mean, I remember having a lot of trouble with Barioth with multiple weapons. Well, maybe that's not true. Maybe it was just heavy Bowgun. I remember having trouble with him, at least with 1 or 2 of the weapons. Poor Barioth. You literally caused it on purpose, no less. Well, I want him to stop being quite so aggressive towards us. I don't need him to fall over after every move. What is this, 3rd gen exhaust? Wow, it poisoned in 3 hits. Nice. Yeah, that move is really rough. Maybe I'm remembering it now, Biotech. I guess we've used quite a bit of potions already, haven't we? Okay. Nice bump from Miro. Probably not worth it with a clip of 2. Waiting for some break to pick up Rise to play with your friend. Nice. I hope you have fun with it when it does come out. I'm definitely looking forward to like how they can dial these monsters up even further. Because some of them are just nutty, even in high rank. Want to know what they're going to do next after Guiding Lands? Me too. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Shoot. I was mashing R2. Two pings. 2 pings of Wyvern Snipe. Not super good. I was trying to use that before he spotted me, or as he spotted me. It just did not work out. Whoops. What the heck are you doing? Needn't have worried because he was exhausted. Every evade I tilt my head like I'm playing Mario Kart. I'm using tilt controls. Can you imagine tilt evades? Monster Hunter VR, it's coming. Alright, let's try and get a tail cut. I feel like Barioth's speed during the evolution of Monster Hunter games has been nerfed. Oh, he's dead. I've never hunted Barioth, but I've hunted most of the other versions of him. I don't know about that. I think in 5th generation especially, he can be really crazy fast when he wants to be. Just not all of his movements are that way in this game. What's up, Vio? How would you feel if weapons that are at the moment underperforming just had higher raw elemental values rather than overhauling motion values? Depends on the weapon. If their kit's in a good space already, that'd be fine. But if it's not in a good space, that could create some pretty ugly designs. Yeah, it depends on the kit. Certain weapon kits would be okay, just having their modifiers boosted. Other ones, I think, would need motion value changes. Okay. Need some more Barioth parts. Need a lot more Barioth parts. We'll do Barioth again with Charge Blade. See how he does against our Fire Charge Blade set from earlier. It's almost like a sort of inflation bio, yeah, I get you. Okay. Let's take a look in depth at some of the pieces that we need, and let's plan out what we're going to try and break and what if we're going to capture or carve it. Okay. What was I about to do? Oh, yeah, I'm going to look at my wish list. That's what I was going to do. Okay, so I need shells, fangs, spikes. Shells, fangs, spikes. Okay. I fangs, I feel like, are pretty straightforward. They come from the head and body carves, but mostly the head. So we definitely want to break the head. Spikes. Pretty low chances, except for breaking the thorns, so we'll definitely want to break his arms, but we're going to be doing that anyways. Also comes from tail carve. We haven't even gotten this tail. We should probably try and get that. And then shells. Shells come from drop materials, body carves, head breaks. Okay, pretty much anything. Looks like we want to carve and not capture. See how we do against this guy. I think this should go well. I feel like he's a pretty good fight for Charge Blade. Very telegraphed. He'll get squishy quickly enough. Hunt's going well? Things are going pretty well, Frenchie. Yeah, thanks for asking. Thanks for dropping back by. We practiced some Charge Blade earlier. We're about to see if I can put that into practice on a different monster. We've been starting to make gear. We're almost done with Low Rank Village. Got a PS4 a few days ago for Bloodborne. Good game. I'm glad to hear you're liking it. I tried that game. The vibe was too spooky for me. How's your night, Frenchie? Shoot. Whoops. Shoot. It's going. I hope it's going okay. Ooh, we gotta get those arms down. Good stuff. Oops. Welcome, Kyrule. There's one thorn broken. Gonna get smacked by that. Oh, he's so fast. We gotta heal and sharpen. We're safe from that move. Well, at least we charged the sword. He's off to go hunt Kazu. Oh, I wish you would stop hunting that Kazu. Wind pressure. Oh, he's paralyzed for us. Thank you, Kazu. shoot. No, now we're paralyzed. Kezu being the chaotic evil here. Are we? Okay, we're out of the para. What a mess. What's that move you keep doing to knock him? Which move? There's a move where I'm charging up my sword that I'm trying to do pretty often because it does little ticks of elemental damage. I think we've knocked him over a couple times with it, just by chance. It does decent damage, but it's not crazy. Whew. Oh. Did I say elemental? I meant file damage. If it's this move, Kira Dilu, I'm charging up my sword. And then for a little while, my sword does some file damage. If I said fire, I meant file. Yeah, it looked great. I don't think it does that much damage, that move. But it's really useful in that it gives your sword and shield, or it gives your sword and shield mode moves Mind's Eye, which means they won't bounce on any monster parts. And it means you'll do a little bit of file damage to the monster. I'm trying to get used to using it more often because it's something I hadn't used in previous versions of Charge Blade very much. It doesn't last very long though. It's already like blinking to go out again. Did I carve the tail? I did. Barioth tails are covered in hard plate and surprisingly tough to sever. Well, that one wasn't too bad to sever. I was expecting it to hit me fully. No! You're using switch skills but not Wirebugs? Yeah, we haven't unlocked any switch skills yet, but yes, we will be using them. Oh, Barioth, let me out. Whoop. Whoops. Cool. Nice, we need some shells. This fire charge blade's getting some mileage. And it's fun having a mixture of element and impact. I hope there's one of those for each elemental type, because I'd love to have a little bit of element and a little bit of KO damage while we go. for a grandma, she does a pretty good job with this with a charge blade. All right, looks like we got some more shells. We got several spikes. We got a couple fangs too, or we got a sharp fang and an amber fang there. Okay, looks like we can make the greatsword that I wanted to make. Cool. Okay. 2 more amber fangs for its helm. I think we're making that for greatsword armor. We can already make the sword and shield. Okay. And we need a Tigrex claw. Now, Tigrex. He's not really super weak to any elements. He's weakest to thunder. Not weak to fire almost at all. We'll bring our dragon charge blade and we'll take on Tigrex. Should be interesting. Yeah, should be interesting. Baha! Tigrex time. See if we can learn how to handle this hunt with Charge Blade. In some games this feels like a good matchup, in some games it feels a little weird. It also feels weird to me that like we're fighting him in the Frost Islands. I don't know why. I associate him with the sandy plains in this game more so than the Frost Islands. You're gonna finish Village tonight? Nope. Nope, we're gonna spend some time just making some gear so that all of our weapon types have a decent option to choose from if somebody from chat calls it out. It got to the point where it felt like, especially last night with Charge Blade, I mean, I was tired, but also it felt like our gear was part of the reason we were having such a rough time against those monsters, is we were getting destroyed and we weren't dealing quite enough damage. Practice helped a lot too, but it's going to help us to have a good amount of equipment crafted for each of the weapon types. Shoot. Didn't charge it. That's okay. Too early on that guard point. This is gonna hurt. Oh man, I was trying to get his wing arm there. Ouch. Ooh, hey, not ouch. Who's KO? Whoops. Too early. It's kind of hard to tell when you're inside of his hitbox for that move, where the actual hitbox is going to start up. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I can't believe we didn't get hit there. This weapon's kind of silly sometimes. Taunt? Oh, this is just asking for it. You can do it again. No. Hitbox too tight. It's the case for Tigrex in most of the games. Enjoy your lurk, Digi Artist. There's got to be like a balance between like Freebie Knight get screwed hitboxes and like hitboxes like this. I guess 3rd and 4th gen Tigrex is pretty okay. Ended in a bite. Sometimes the hitbox is so tight you don't even know when you're gonna get hit by the for the guard point. It's okay, Vio, it's learnable. Alright, Tigrex. Oh, man. No, I did it again. Okay, that is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy how deep, like you'll end up just deep inside a move animation. You're like, the hitbox still hasn't come out? What? Like, it's just ridiculous. In any other game that would have hit, I know. Man, it's a good visualization for like, hey man, new Tigrex, a little whack. It's cool. It's a cool visualization of that. These hitboxes looking a little cursed. They're too nice. They're too nice to the player. For a weapon where you want to get hit some of the time, like Charge Blade, it's rough. For every other weapon, it's just like cake day. He'll take this over nothing hitting you. That's what this is, though, Ice-T. A lot of the, like, not all of those occasions, but a lot of those occasions where I got hit there were me guard point timing as if I was going to get hit by the visual when the actual hitbox was so lenient that I didn't get hit at all until it was too late and the guard point timing had passed. Whoop. I thought you got stuck in the wall for a second, but no. Still not broken, huh? Thanks for Mobra. Serves you right, Remobra. Trying to see if I could do that without actually triggering the mount. Nah, not really. I'll just charge up my sword and sharpen. Okay. Okay. I didn't hit. What? There we go. That time it hit. What? Precise hitbox? I saw his arm ghost through us. That's not a precise hitbox. That's not a hitbox. Not that time, obviously. Monster Hunter. I ducked. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I'd input that. That's cool. Didn't realize there was a duck input. Very precise. Very precise hitbox. Oh. At least there are some there. Oh, Tigrex. I will say that, how's that arm still not broken? I don't know. I guess I haven't hit it. I felt like I've dumped a lot of files around it, but I guess not. It's definitely an interesting thing to see there, isn't it? Just the monster when it first, like the truck himself, reduced to a Vespa. if the charged sword finisher is a good wake-up attack. Probably not in the grand scheme of Charge Blade, but, like, you know, whatever. I would like a tail cut, please. You alright there, Tigrex? There it is. Ooh boy, 2 file S80. Whoops. I saw the red up there and I was like, aha, I got lots of files. Nope. Wrong Tigrex. We killed with a Sade. Wow. Well, I feel a little better about this weapon than I did yesterday. Like, a little more familiar with it. This flexible and strong tail can make great equipment. Never gonna need it to. He's been out here he's been eating lean lately. Leave him alone. It's tough out here for a single Tigrex. I can see that. Yeah, I feel a little better about this weapon. That lightning is really something, isn't it? All right. That was a nice hunt. That's kind of a wild kill cam, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Lady B.
Very late, but are you winning? We've been getting better at Charge Blade, Jack, and it's felt good. We went back and we rematched Goss, Harag, and Almudron, and we did better against both of them. And we just took out Tigrex with Charge Blade in pretty definitive fashion. We're picking out some weapons to make for the end of low rank. It was a good time. I think that's where I'm going to call it. I'm sorry that you just came in, Jack, but it's getting late for me, and I have, well, you know. Jack, out of all the low rank monsters, what monster would you like to see with Charge Blade? I don't have to get up quite as early for work as I usually do tomorrow, so I can do one more hunt. I'm not feeling that tired. Last night I was feeling very tired. I should have gone to bed earlier. Tonight, I think I got time for one more hunt. I haven't done Magnamalo yet with CB. It could be interesting. I haven't done Mizu either. Narga would be fun. Okay. Could do a Narga. Or Mango, your choice. I'm gonna let you choose. Let's go with Danger Kitty. They're both vaguely cat-like, so I'm assuming you mean Nargacuga. Wish I could make this slasher, but I can't right now. That's okay. I guess go ahead and use this one. Would you say Charge Blade is now in a good place compared to past iterations? On the whole, no. There's some things about how Charge Blade deals damage in this game that feel a little weird. The spread of the SAD files doesn't seem to hit things very well. Maybe we just had it really good for a long time now in terms of SAD files just hitting everything. But it feels like when you do the biggest move Charge Blade's got, it gives you not very much in return. I do need to get better at aiming it myself. Like, I'm not great at Charge Blade, but these are issues that I feel like I've felt and I've talked to other people about and they kind of agreed about, at least back on the Switch. And it feels like Charge Blade is like a little bit slower than it needs to be. Like, I think that Charge Blade is in need of a rework for 5th generation, in some ways. Some bits of Charge Blade feel really, really good in 5th gen. The movement, the blocking, a lot of its combos feel good. I think, specifically when it comes to the counters and the follow-up options, it feels kind of slow, where unless you've got the damage to back it up, like unless you've already made sure you're going to get a part breaker, a KO, or a stagger, you trade a lot. People will call it trade blade. I like that condensed spinning axe is in this game, but condensed spinning axe feels a lot nicer than the regular charge blade stuff to deal damage with, which isn't the worst. I don't know. I think that it's in an okay spot in this game. It's not as crazy good as it was in 4U or in World. And that's okay. I don't think Charge Blade needs to be like a crazy OP weapon. I don't really think it was in World, to be honest with you. The Sade spam was kind of crazy. I wish Red Shield went away, personally. Especially with the Soakbind skill you get in this game where you get instant files from a lot of stuff. I wish Red Shield went away when you spammed SAD. I think it would be a nice way to wait. I mean, I guess SAD would have to do better in order for that to make any sense, but I wish SAD did better, and I wish that SAD used up your Red Shield, personally. I like that trade-off, that having to be a resource you have to spend, or choose to spend. Oops. Oh no, Narga, not you too. We just did Tigrex, Jack, and one of our impressions of Tigrex with Charge Blade is that Tigrex's hitboxes are way too lenient. We'd go to guard point some of its hitboxes and we'd miss it because the model would like go over us and then the hitbox would catch up with the model way later and we'd ended up like missing the guard point because of it. Whoops, that was supposed to be an AD. Oh well. Hello, Arzuros. You missed! I didn't move! Whoops. Is Bear leaving? I think the bear's leaving. Bamboozled. Not surprising from Nargacuga, but bamboozled all the same. Does the draw attack have a guard point? No. That is something that's pretty exclusive to GU. As far as I know. It's in World 2, is it? Oh, I don't think it has a guard point. If it's in this game, then it's news to me, and I'll have to practice it. Clearly not exclusive to GU. Haven't checked if it's in GU. There's some crazy guard points that exist in GU. I believe one of them is that. That cat is moving. Whoops. I don't think that hit very well. Whoops. No, no. That tail always has been slippery. Oh, that feels bad. No red shield either. Wait, that's not gonna do anything. Ooh, he can do that in this game. Reposition into lunge immediately. I think Tigrex went smoother than this, to be honest with you. This guy's so much faster. Did Narga just kill my first Gargwa? I think it did, yeah. I haven't bothered any Gargwa so far. I took pictures of them, I think. But I didn't bother them. Whoops. Mizuchi, don't screw this up, please. Thank you. Nah. Whoops. Thanks, Jack. There it is. Zuchi ate my files. Stop it. Stop it. You bully. I'm trying to get used to using those slide moves to reposition more. I hadn't used them before like yesterday. Oh shoot. Was fun. Didn't feel like I felt real monk austere. I felt like I didn't really understand exactly how I was supposed to punish him with Charge Blade, but it worked out okay. Got a marrow from him. It's nice. Yeah, this feels like a matchup where Narga actually gets to be Narga in terms of how fast it is. Depending on if you overcommit to something with Charge Blade, you can get decked pretty easily. Thanks for the request, Jack. I appreciate it. One thing with Charge Blade is the positioning for cutting damage and file buildup, and then switching gears and spacing repositioning for head punches with AED. Yeah, especially in this game, it feels difficult to me because everything's so fast. And you really have to judge your openings right, or you're going to get decked. And you really have to have your damage the right way. Like, you have to have already put some work into that part, or else sometimes it's not going to stagger and you'll still get decked, even if you space and hit it right. Alright, I'm going to end things there for the night. When I come back tomorrow, I'm going to do a poll when I get off stream here. I'm going to do a poll in the Discord over if we want to do a multiplayer night tomorrow night or Saturday night. I'll leave it up to you guys. But yeah, when we come back either tomorrow or Saturday, we're going to go ahead and do some collecting. Make some weapons so we have some decent choices across the whole cast of weapon types. We'll make some armor too, probably. But yeah, we're coming along. We're going to finish low rank village pretty soon here, I think, and move through high rank, or sorry, low rank hub quite quickly and get on to high rank. Probably, I want to be in high rank by next week, or by like sometime next week, I think. All right. If it wasn't anyone's first time here, I'm Ristretto. It's nice to meet you, and I'm going to be trying my best to learn and get a little better at some of these weapons and these Monster Hunter games for a good long while. So if you're down to hang out and watch some of that, talk about it as we go, feel free and leave a follow, hang out in the stream. We do have a Discord and a YouTube and a Twitter that Jack McBride is being very kind and linking in the chat. Thanks, Jack. The Discord and the Twitter, we ping when we go live there, which are helpful if you would like something more reliable than Twitch notifications for when we go live. The YouTube channel I upload VODs to, and the Discord in general is just a cozy spot to be. So if you need a spot to hang out and talk Monster Hunter with some folks and just, I don't know, hang out, it's a good spot to be for that. The last thing we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and find somebody else who's streaming Monster Hunter and give them a raid. So let's see who else is on. Last night we got to raid a really cool Monster Hunter Freedom stream. I really liked the Freedom stream that we jumped into last night. Zika VT. They're doing it again. You know what? They're getting a double raid. The Ham Slayer was streaming with them yesterday. Was streaming some Monster Hunter Freedom. with Zika VT. But we're going to go ahead and raid their stream again. I really enjoyed the vibe there. Classic Monster Hunter with some cozy vibes and some fun friend banter about Monster Hunter. It was a nice time. So we're going to go ahead and give them another raid here. I hope you guys enjoyed the time over there at Zika's stream. I'm going to get some sleep sometime here in the next little bit. And until then, until tomorrow, I hope you guys have a nice night or a good day, whatever time it is where you're at. Cheers. Happy hunting. I'll see you guys next time. Good night.